rated for a wing back from about 28.
Yeah.
That was in 2018.
You were in a sell, weren't you?
Yeah.
It must have played out then, did it?
It did. That was the battle that I lost with myself yesterday.
All right.
I took a loss yesterday because it went into about 80 quid profit for us.
Yeah.
And I went to close out, and the MD4 lost its signal, so nothing was working. So I reset it, and then it had pushed back up.
Yeah.
So I just thought, right, just get out. So I went out and took a loss. Went downstairs, and I couldn't stop thinking about it. And the loss, I kept looking, and it just plummeted.
Yeah.
It plummeted. I was just, So yeah, yesterday.
Well, have you seen that short? What I put on social media not that long ago, and it was the one that I think it's a mank lad where he proper boots off, and that's like that where it stops you out, and then a bloody plummet.
Even this morning when I woke up, that was the first thing I thought about. Yeah. I was just like, oh, I can't forget about it.
It's on, I don't know if you can actually see this because you're bloody Discord, aren't you? Oh, you can. You can. Yeah, this one, mate. This is funny. I might turn this down.
He boots off. Are you doing your fucking number?
When stop loss hits and price plummets to TP.
What are you doing your fucking number? Like, I had me TP it, like 2002 as well, so it would have hit me TP.
Yeah. Ah, mate. That's trading. That's trading for you, though. That's trading. Okay, guys. Right. Good morning, everyone. If you're watching on YouTube, good morning. Welcome to the stream. What we're going to do, we're going to get straight into a top-down analysis and see if gold's in a better position. So, let's get into it then. Oh. Someone's alarm. Okay, so the monthly, again, is heading down. We broke out on the monthly. Okay, we didn't break above these wicks on a lower time frame. This is just price respecting. Now this monthly, I really want the monthly to close below 1989 because if we do, then we should be coming to fill 1947. Now, this monthly can come down to tap 1989. I don't know whether it's going to close back in. We don't know. It might pull back, close doji, and then the next monthly do exactly the same. I don't know. So we've just got to see with this monthly because at the minute it can do anything, but it does look like it's heading down to tap 1990. Okay, so the monthly is a bit of a tricky one, really. The weekly. Now we know the weekly struggled to break all these highs. This weekly's flipped to the downside. We're on Thursday today, so. Have we got any news? Wednesday, Thursday. I've got some unemployment claims. Okay, so that could be a big one. Okay, so price can shift today. So let's just hope it shifts down and not back up. Okay, because ideally, what we want to see, the end of this week, we want a weekly closure below there. If we get a weekly closure below there, where are we going next? Well, we're then having to come to here, right? And then that'll be the end of the month, won't it? So where will that be? That means the monthly's closing back in because we only need a monthly close below there. That's all we need, really. So if we can get that, then fantastic. That'll be really nice. But the thing with this weekly now, it sort of filled the range now, so it can do anything. It can start pulling back now if it wants to, or it can push past. I don't know, because where this weekly came to, it wicks down to 1973, right? 1973. So let's say if this is going to be our target, now that we've filled the range, but at any point it has actually tapped the previous support. So at any point it could start to pull back if it wants to, right? Or it could just hover around here and we could consolidate here all day, where we just constantly just go, and then tomorrow does the same. And then we close respecting, or just breaking in. We don't know. I don't think it'll do that because of news. News should push it in a direction where it wants to go. Right. So at the minute, we're sort of tough on sells at the moment because we're in an area where we could reject from, so we just got to be careful. Now the daily, let's have a look at the daily. Has the daily done? We knew this daily candle was a bit of a tricky one because this one means it could do anything. And yesterday, what a good call I had because price done nothing till New York. So it's a good call. We called the stream earlier because price did nothing until New York opened. But the daily's bombed through now, which is really nice. And it looks like it's actually... It looks like it's closed just below this zone here. It's not the cleanest of closes, but this one closed. Yeah, is it? So it looked. I mean, there is a little zone here. These zones are slightly off, but yeah, I'd probably say that's the best one, Jack. Really. So yeah, we have closed below. So therefore, even when you don't close below, if you look at previous day, if you don't close below, you still come down. And you still come down to 1981. So does that mean we're going to pop down to 1981 today and fill this range down here today? Is that what the daily is going to look like? So if that's the case, we need first thing we need a top wick. What are we getting? A top wick. Now where do we need the top wick to? Well, we ideally want the top wick to tap previous support. So when I say previous support, this is previous support. However, the daily can come and tap these wicks if it wants to. So we ideally need a pullback to at least 2015, and then the daily should then flip to the downside if we get that. Okay, now this one, he didn't actually get a top wick and it still drove down. So if we can get a pullback to 2014, you could probably just take a sell stop underneath on the daily coming down to fill the range. This is quite a clean traffic range, a nice range this. Wow, 230 pips. Where would stops have to be? You could have a higher time frame trade, 150 for 230. That could probably play out there. Okay, so yeah, we are looking to come down, but we've got to take into consideration the weeklies tapped its previous support. It's tapped it, so it could start pulling back. There's 2 days left. So what I'd probably want to see is maybe a wing back from maybe 2019 somewhere on the 4 hour or the 1 hour. Let's have a look at the 4. Oh, we might. Oh, look at that there. Look at that. Previous support tapped, pulling back. That might have worked. Okay. So the 4's bearish. The 4's done a top wick. We haven't got a bottom wick on this 4. So does that mean we'll have to create a bottom wick? Let's have a look. Let me just check these 4 hours, guys. 2 seconds. Did the 4 break out? That's what we're gonna see. So the 4 broke out, broke back in the range, then broke back below. So we're technically in this range on the 4. Okay, so that's good. So does that mean we could just come straight down? What's this? Save price. Oh, look at this. Have we tapped that? We haven't tapped that yet, have we? Oh, we nearly did. Okay, we'll say we did tap it. We'll say we did. So if we've tapped that already, we can actually come back. Where do we come back? The 4's. Are we going to pull back to 2019 and then flip to the downside? Do we need to break the lows again? So the 3 hours closed bullish, broke out. So got to be careful with that. The 2 hour it broke out to the high, closed bullish. So again, we've got to be careful with that. The 1 hour it broke out, closed respecting So this is what I've got for the 1 hour. So the 1 hour is technically still in this upper range. So does that mean we're going to go higher up? I would prefer an hour close below here, and then we maybe come back down. Because currently, what is this here? This is quite a significant. So we got a big wick to the area, we've got more wicks. Okay, previous support. Can we not take a wing back from there? Back down. So wing back, back down. So we're hovering around here now. We're trying to break these highs, so we're like this. So is one candle gonna come up and tap, pull back, and then head that way? Is that what we're gonna get? Because we have come from the bottom. And if that's the case, can we take a wing back sell? The reason we can take a wing back sell because the 4 hour is bearish, and the 4 hour is broke back into the lower zone, and the daily's broke out. Does that make sense? Even though the 3 hour, 2 hour, and the 1 hour are all bullish, because we're going off a higher time frame, so the wing back sell would still be on. So 1 hour, hour closing, up, back down. So whether we're going to get that far up. So we're like here, but we've come from the bottom. Up, back down. Up, back down. Okay, where would stops have to be? Stops would be like that. So if we can just reach up, that would be lovely. Okay, so this is what we've got going on for sells, right? Now, if the daily, this is what we want to see ideally. We want to see the hourly close back into this range. So if the hourly closes back into this range, that means, what would that look like in the 4? That's the 4 then flipping to the downside. Now this might drive this down. If it does, we might not get back up to this level. But then we'll just take the hour break to the low, because that would be the 4 hour flipping. So if the hour breaks back in like this, okay, the new hour technically should pull back, maybe create a top wick, and then flip to drive, because that'll be the 4 hour flipping to the downside to drive to the downside. And that the reason why it might go from here is because we closed bearish on the 4 hour, and then the new 4 came up, broke all the highs. So is this the liquidity grab now to push past this? Therefore we're going to get down to these levels. That's what we're saying. Now we have got a wing back zone here. I would prefer this wing back zone of 2017, because the daily, that would make sense with the daily would be coming up to tap previous support before the flip. What we don't want this daily to have a steeper bottom wick before coming up. We want this to keep pushing up, tap, and then even if it wants to drive up further, it should tap, pull back, and then maybe go. Okay, because remember, candles don't just smoothly move, they're constantly going up and down. So we're technically bullish, but we're constantly moving like that. Okay, and then as we start to flip, we're starting to go bearish, but we're constantly moving up and down. So imagine that on a lower time frame. That's just price on a lower time frame. It's moving up like this. Yeah. So if we get an hour close, thing with this, you don't actually need a top wick. Worst case, if we get an hour close, worst case, if we get an hour close below here, so if we do drive, we get an hour close below here, let's see what price does. So hour close below, you actually push to 1994. It's a very clean traffic area, this. It's nice. We push to 1994. Yeah. Back down 1994. Hour close back up, tap 2005 through to 1994. That's coming from the bottom. Hour break, okay, we've got a fake out here, so we'd have to wait for a pullback. We've got another fake out here, we'd have to wait for a pullback. Hour close, didn't get the pullback, so you probably would have missed this. Would have caught us out. And straight through 19. Yeah, you've got quite a prominent zone at 1995. Where you tend to pull through, or you've actually got a nice win back zone at like 2001, but we need to see bullish candles print. So if price starts printing bullish, right, so for example, if this hour prints bullish or struggles to break above 2011, then the wing back buys on, but I don't know whether it'll reach down there. I think it'll push up first and it wouldn't be on, but it's just in case it does, because it can do, because the 4 could just flip, and then that one would be breaking the lows. So we probably need to see what this 1 hour does, because is this hour going to break back into the range, or is it going to break back above? Now the 30 minutes actually broke back above, so you had a fake out back in, and then if they had a fake out back into this range, now you're getting a fake out back into this range. So what is this candle going to do? Is this candle going to close in here and then drive, or you're going to close respecting? Therefore we should be pushing further. So what's the 15s doing? Yeah, I think we're going to have to wait, guys. We're going to have to wait for at least this 30 to close. If this 30 closes below, what would that mean for the hour? That means the hour is likely to close in here, but you would need a top wick. So you'd need a top wick on this 30. So you'd need the new 30 to come up, create a top wick for this, and then expect it to flip. But bear in mind, if you come back up there like that, what would that look like on the hour? Well, it would look like the hour flipping bullish. That means that'll give it more power to stay bullish and stay above there. But that would rule out the fake out to the downside where you wouldn't get caught out. So you would really have to wait for a pullback. But if it is going to drive, it's probably unlikely you're going to get a pullback. You're probably just going to go maybe something like that. So maybe if the 30 closes like this, and then we do get a pullback, we can maybe look to get sell stops on coming down to fill the rest of this range, but it might not get activated. Okay, it might not get activated, and we've got to get activated in the next candle, and if it doesn't, then we just delete it. Good morning, Paolo. Good morning, Abby. So, I mean, what did the 15 do? The 15 broke below, broke back into the range. But is this just the bottom wick of the hour to then flip back up? Like, is this just the bottom wick of the hour to flip and drive up? Either way, even if price wants to drive, what I can see is price tends to come up, pull back to 2014, even if it wants to go up. So the wingback sells here, you could probably still take them, unless the only way you couldn't take them is if we get a 4-hour close. 4-hour close like that. If you get a forward breakout, then you couldn't take it because you're now bullish. Yeah, but if this forward close is respecting this area, then yes, you could take it. Right, or doji, or even bearish, you could still take it, but the likelihood of it reaching up, it's unlikely. So it's the point. It's sort of, you want the furthest reach possible. Okay. So, but definitely a better day today though than yesterday. Yesterday, I mean, if we have a look at yesterday, look at this. We didn't actually move till 1 o'clock. Start moving. We were just stuck in this all morning. That's why I said 10 o'clock. We're gone. That's what we were stuck in yesterday. Now we've got some movement. I'm just trying to see though, because if the 4-hour breaks above with no bottom wick, the new 4-hour technically should come down, create a bottom wick for it, and then flip to the upside. So could we not take a wing back buy from 2019? We could, but we'd really need that. We'd really need that breakout, the clear break above. But I'm a bit wary of taking buys at the minute, because we are really bearish. Yes, I know we should be tapping previous support, but you could argue and say, well, this is tapped this wick, so maybe that's previous support on a lower time frame, which it is technically. But I do think I'd want it to come further. You've had a big drop there, quite a big drop. 2 big daily candles, and if you look at previous data, like how many can you get? You can get quite a few actually. So are we gonna get another big daily candle? That's the thing. Because the 4, I think we should get it up. Wick fell. 15. We're there. 4, 1, 4. I want to have a look of the 15, right? 15. We get a 15 back below this. 15 close, yeah. Where does price go? $2,002. 15 close, pull back, comes through. Close, pull back. What have we done there? Close. Yeah, the 15s look pretty nice there. So if we got a 15 close below 2006, what would that be on the hour? What would that look like? Because if you're gonna close down there on the 50, you're gonna come and fill this range, it looks like. So we could probably take sells below 2006, as long as oh, as long as we get that closure on a 15. 15 would probably initiate the move, because if you look at these hours, right, the hour drives straight through, so it means you miss the move. But that's where you've got to go down to a lower time frame and have a look and go, okay, what's the 5, what's the 15 look like? Can I catch that? And I think a 15 lands nicely. So 15-minute closure below 2006 would be pretty nice, because also if you think about it, if price does come down there, where's it going to go? It's probably going to want to come and break these lows. Even if it wants to drive up, break the lows, comes back up. So maybe we're going to get that. But it's all on this hour. What's the hour doing? The 30, sorry. Morning, Steve. 6 minutes left for a closure. We've got the 15 at closing. Let's see if we can get a fake out on the 15 back up to the upside. We'll go from there. So we're currently just waiting at the moment, guys. Morning, mate. You alright? I'm just replying to you now, Steve. I do apologise, mate. Oh, look, this 30, guys, look. Okay. So is the 30 going to close respecting? So, I mean, we can't just take a buy here, right? But because if the 30 close respecting, you've now got a wick to fill on the 30. Are we going to come down, fill the wick? And then is this 30 going to close in? Therefore, is that the hour just closing in just small bearish? So we're close to a trade though, guys, right? It's looking good. But it's just we can't just enter, can we? We've got to get the right. We've got to set the ambush and wait. We get one stab at it. Are we? This is quite a significant area, this, you know, for one candle to pop up, tap, and then start making its way back up. Are we going to come and tap this? Even when, so look, we got this candle actually pushed all the way from 2022. I need to see some more data. Let's have a look, some more data. So ideally what we want to see is a bearish close back below there, right? Or, because I think we've already tapped this, haven't we, 2014. Are we just going to get this? Are we going to get this? Or are we going to come back up? So you do tap, you come back up, you tap it, you even tap it here straight through. So it is an area where price can just bounce in between. Bearish close. We haven't tapped it yet. Again, I mean, it's nice pips in here, to be honest with you. 30, 31 pips. So again, we up, we tap, we pull back. I think even if you want to drive up, you've got to tap it, don't you? It's that's what we're seeing. So up, tap, pull back. Up, tap, pull back. You've got chances to get out as well, to be fair. 2015, you might have to take partial there. $17 pips. So up, tap, didn't quite make it. That means we're going to have to pull that closer. What's that now? Still enough. Yeah, more enough. 26 pips. This would literally just be off an hour time frame. You just watch it on the hour, because I think the smaller time frames will make you go crazy. Up, tap, pull back. Yeah, look, even when this candle pops up, taps, pulls back, this would be perfect. Yeah. Interesting. So I do like that zone, but what I would prefer is a bearish closer back in, and then one candle pops up, pulls back, close respecting, or flips. But whether we're going to get that, we might not even get up there for a few hours yet. We might not get there for a few hours. Are we just going to keep tapping 2014? Because 2014 is quite a strong zone. Look at all them candles, all them wicks to that area. So are we going to tap that a few times before coming up? And then do we need to come and tap 2006 before going up? So if you look at this here, right? Price is here. This price broke out, and then we struggled to break above here. It's tried 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times it's tried to break above there, right? So what it's done is, it goes, okay, well, we need to go back down to pick up more fuel. So one candle pops out and flips. There's that candle what flips, yeah? Now, when you get this, what you're thinking, okay, well, you've broke back into the range. It's going to probably want to break these lows because it wants to go above. So then, obviously, you know you're coming down there. Look what it does. It comes and breaks the lows, breaks these lows, picks up enough fuel, so refuels the car to now start the journey to push past this level and close. And then look what it does. Breaks past it. And then obviously decides what it wants to do from there. So that's how price works. Yeah, if it hasn't got enough fuel, it's got to break a low in order to get more fuel in order to go further. But to make that journey to the petrol station, you've then got to pop out to pick up some fuel just to make it to the petrol station. Okay, so I hope that makes sense to you. So if that's the case, now we've already broke the highs. So now we can actually come down. So there's enough fuel now to get past these lows and probably these lows, right? But is this enough fuel to pop past but also carry on? That's what we're saying. Is this enough fuel? Well, what didn't this do? Well, it didn't break any lows, did it? Didn't break any lows, because there's the low. However, this candle broke this low, so it did break a low. But when you get something like this, it means you trickle up, as in you get this wave effect like that. So does that mean we're just going to sort of close back into the area, but then we're going to come back out of the area? And if that's the case, these wingbacks might be ideal, because within that, our little wingback zone, it means you'll probably get something like this. Okay, so that's what we'll probably have to. I hope that makes sense to you. It's how my brain works. I try and simplify everything. It's what we used to call idiot's guide in the army. Good old idiot's guide. So we're just waiting for this. Oh, the 30's closed, hasn't it? Oh, look at the 30, guys. Look at this. So the 30 is now closed respecting. What did I say? What you'll probably get? A wick fill. So the candle's coming down, creating as a wick fill. But it now made, this is what catches a lot of people out. So this is closed respecting. So a lot of people are thinking buys. Now, it is sort of bullish because you have closed respecting, but you tend to get a wick fill. Yeah, it just means it gives another chance for this 30 to now close in. Yeah, and a lot of people have entered for buys straight away on that. Okay, so we saw, and then this would be the hour closing back into the range. And then what will happen is everyone will be taking buys, sells, yeah. Everyone will be taking sells because the 30's closed back in. All the stops will be above here, and then you'll get 1 hour candle what will pop out, break the highs. I don't know if it'll get that far, but it'll break the highs, pick up everyone's liquidity, and then flip to the downside to drive. Okay, and then you'll get a wick like that, and that'll initiate the move. But I just don't know whether this is the pop out, as in because we broke these highs. So we're trying to work out if this is that move, or we're going to do that on the hour next. On the 30 even. Okay, so it's key we see how this 30 closes, because if this 30 closes bearish like this, the new hour, yeah, the new hour, that means this hour's closed back into the range. So technically we're now back in this range. However, what we might get with the new hour is break all the highs and then a flip and drive. We might not even get that. We might just come and tap previous support and then drive back down. We could get that. But so it's how do we get in then if we know that's going to happen? The only wing back we could potentially take is probably 27. 2014 is quite prominent. Let me have a look, see if this is a wing back zone of 2014 with a potential second entry 2017, or we could just take a sell stop underneath, but we'd need that pullback. Idiot guard is definitely my friend Martin. You're switched on, Martin. Switched on. Switched on, Cookie. So if you look at these, we broke back into the range. The hour came up, tapped 2014, and then comes and taps 2011. So are we going to do this first before this? If so, can we not take wing back sell from 2015 if we get that hour close below? So let's have a look. Because London's now open. Okay, London session's open. Tap hour. I mean, what would stops be like? 11. Back down, he comes straight through. So lovely. Lovely. You do get tap here. So this is the thing. Are we going to get this and then that's going to initiate the flip to the downside, or the push further to the downside on the 4, or are we going to come up to here? That's what we're trying to say. Obviously we want the best entry, and you can either power through, or you come to this. Now this happened before this one, so are we saying that this has got to happen first? So if that's the case, does that mean we're going to get maybe this, and then we get this? Which would make sense. But the only thing I don't like about it is this is nearly tapped it. Nearly. And sometimes what gold can do to you can manipulate you, and basically this could be that first push to here. So that means now we're going to come past. But still, even if we took an entry at 2014, you should still pull back anyway to break even. So even if we take an entry at 2014, we should still pull back to break even in order to get out. So could we not do that? I think we potentially could. Let me see some more data. So if that's the case, could we not just get a sell limit on a 2014? So up, because is that first move there? So that means we're going to break back in and then come up. Because we sort of got a, and if you're into all this, a double bottom, haven't we? Double bottom. Are we going to break the lows again? Come back down, or is this a pullback in order to flip back up? So up, tap, and then we push again, and then we come back down. So we could have a potential second entry on. Up, tap. So look, this is what I'm on about. It can power through. Up, does come back to break even, mind. Tap, doesn't make it back down. So that means our stops would be here. Sorry, our take partial would be here. What is that? How much is that? Okay, 16, that would do. This is another potential wing back, so I'm going to change this to a wing back. Got a potential entry here, and we've got a potential entry at 2017. Up, activate, comes back down. This would have played out nicely. So we're just lining everything up at the minute, guys. Yeah, stops are going to have to be up there. 20. Thing with these stops, how big are these? 40. Stops are stops. That's what we've got to go at. So if you entered here, you would be in drawdown. You would have entered again. You'd be in profit, but new candle pushes up. You'd be panicking, oh my god, oh my god. Then you flip. Take partial move to break even on the first trade. Second trade, you'd close out at break even. Okay, nice. Even that does it. See a bit more. Up. Yeah, I'm sort of liking this, guys. I'm liking this. Because the stops it in a good position. Why are stops in a good position? Because the previous daily support is 2019, right? So you should only tap that really on the daily. You should only tap that and then flip. But even if you want to close bullish, I think it'd be unlikely the daily closing back above here unless news does it. News could do it, but news hasn't come. We've got to act upon what we see. So stops in a good position. So is the 4 going to flip? That's the thing. Because if this hour closes back in, this wing back sell is on. If it closes respecting, we've got to be careful then, because it means the next hour is probably going to, if this closes respecting, it means this hour is probably going to close bullish like so. And if that's the case, that means we're going to start coming up. It could still play out. It looks like it probably still would play out. But a bit like the other day, if you were on, was it yesterday? I think it was the day before, Dan, wasn't it? Where I literally changed my mind the last minute because the 30 had closed below.
Yeah.
2 days ago, wasn't it? So the 30 had closed below, and I was like, but the previous 30 had closed respecting. And I was like, right, okay, cancel this wing back because the 30 is now closed below. This would be a similar situation if the hour closed respecting. It now, remember the analogy of Stretch Armstrong? We all had the toy, Stretch Armstrong. He only stretches so far, but you're trying to stretch him so far, and then you enter, so then the only place for him to go is to retract back in. And that's what it's like with trading. So we want to see if this candle can really reach up, grab, and then pull back. Yeah, if it's too far away, it might only grab and then pull back. Okay, but if the closer we are to it, the less like. So let's say the hour does close like that. It means the new hour can actually stretch all the way up here and go into drawdown massively. So you might as well look for wing back entries in and around that area. Don't make me draw Stretch Armstrong on here, stretching his arms. Okay, so I do like this wing back sell, 2014. And our get out, what would our get out be? Our get out would be, even if the hours close up here, they still play out. So the get out would be like a close above 2019 off the hour. So if it doesn't play out straight away, yeah, look, even the hours can break out. So I think the get out would have to be a 4 hour. Let me see what a 4 is like. So if you've got a forward close above, back above, they still play out. So that you don't, what would you get out then be? You can even get a forward close above here and still play. Your get out would be your stops being hit, basically, on this. Even when the forward closes all the way up here, the new 4 bombs all the way through and hits all your targets. Okay. I like these, especially with this hour. It looks like it's going to close in. So as long as this hour closes into this range, which it looks like it's going to, because the 15 is now going to close, I've got a wing back sell from here with a second entry here. So the way these second entries work, guys, right? There's no point having second entries close to price. There's no point. You're just adding more risk. It's got to be a significant area where price can reverse from. So we know price either reverses from here or the next push is there, right? And they're quite far apart. I know it doesn't look it, but it is. It's actually 25 pips. So that's not too bad. And all you would do is, if price did push past it, you would have entered. You'd be in drawdown, but then you'd enter again, and you'd take the profit from here to here. You take partial move to break even on the second trade, on this one, and you could just close this one out at full at break even, and you take your profit from here to here, and that would be the trade. Or if you want, you could just hold the second trade, because technically it should be coming down to 2013 as well. Okay, so it's all up to you guys how you want to do it. We've had a 15-minute closure now below, so that means the hour should definitely close below. But are we going to drive? I think we're going to get an hour close below, and then we'll likely get a top wick. But how far up? I don't know. I'm hoping we break the highs and then we come back. That's what I'm hoping for. Okay, I'm going to get these other signals 2 minutes. Morning, Sharif. This is the thing. So Sharif's just asked in the group, how far do you determine price to pull back before the flip? It all depends on previous data. So I know that this is a significant area where you wick to, and this is an area where you can wick to. So I'll just look at previous data that when price is below here, where can we then wick up to? So price is in around this area, and look where price wick to. There. But also, again, we're in around this area. We're still below here. Yeah, and then we come up. Even when we break above, we still, look at all these wicks here. So it's just previous data. Look at where a lot of the time you wick to, and then where do we pull through. So stops are a tricky one on this though, because you could have stops a bit closer, but we know that in around here, you've got a lot of price where it's turned like that. So unfortunately, we need to avoid this range for stops. So stops are going to have, for me, going to have to be above this area, because all this area is a bit of a danger zone. But the prominent zone is here. this 2019. So yeah, I mean, you could put stops above there, but from previous data, I can see a lot of candles what just pop out of here and then reject. So I'd rather have bigger stops and then go from there. So for me, stops would be 2025, and they should be pretty safe unless the daily pushes dead far up. And if that's going to happen, it's probably going to happen with news. So stops for me would be 2025. However, the take partial move to break evens are pretty nice. You've still got 25 pips on the first one. Yeah, on the second one it's small. I think it's about 16 pips on the second one. But if you catch these right, you can also get flyers. So flyers is where you've took partial and it hasn't stopped you out of break even, and we carry on flying. Entry level, but still reverses. Would you consider flip instead? I would, mate. I would, Vin. So Vin said, if it doesn't pull back and tap our levels to enter, would we consider a flip? Yes, but we've got to have a pullback. So we've got an hour and 11 minutes left of this 4 hour. So we're saying, is this 4 hour going to flip to the downside? That's what we're saying. And if it is, it's probably going to flip on the last hour. So what that means is, this hour is going to close, and then we're going to go into the last hour of the 4. Now, this is why I said we might not. We might only pull back, tap previous support, and then flip. So what we're going to do is, when we pull back, it's got to tap previous support. I can't get in unless it taps previous support, but it might not because it's the last it's the last hour of the 4, and that's normally the pushing 4. So that means in this next hour, if the 4 is going to flip, it's going to flip. The hour is going to be the one what does it, make it drive. So you don't tend to get much of a pullback on it. However, what have I not had on this hour? I haven't had a top wick on this hour. So what does that tell me? Well, that tells me that the new hour has got a better chance for the new hour to pull back, create a top wick, and then flip. So what we're going to do is, on this pullback, I'm not going to enter here though, because I know price can tap up to these levels. I'd have a sell stop underneath to come back down. Okay, so if it does flip and doesn't get up to our wing back levels, we'll just take the sell stop down. That's what I need a pullback. And worst case, if price wants to carry on down, we know below here on the 15-minute time frame, you get a close below 2016, you tend to push to 2020. So we're catching it either way, really. We've got loads of traps set. Okay. So 9 minutes left for a close. So let me just get this on to. So we're going to be looking something like this. Stops at 100. Now our target, it's a really good target, guys, right? Our target's going to be 1981. If we can catch this, you break past these levels, this is a really nice zone to push through. Really nice. So that's what we've got for that position. Okay. The second position is here with better stops. So I would prefer that, obviously, that second position, but it'll be on my call, right? I mean, you can set limit orders if you like. I don't like to set limit orders because I like to watch the 5 minute, because when you get a pushing candle and it's going, okay, it's pushed that much, now it's probably gonna, a bit like Stretch Armstrong. You're watching his arm stretch out, and you know it can only go so far. Yeah, when it gets to the point where it's really stretching, that's when then I'm looking to enter. So it then retracts. So that's why I watch the 5 minutes. Okay, so entry would be 24.9. Now I need to have a look though for buys as well, because if we are looking at buys, does that mean, because we've technically had had a breakout here, and this hour hasn't closed yet. Okay, and we'd need a 4 or 1 hour bullish close in order to look for buys, really. 25.36 to break even would be 2013. 0.33 TP2. Now if we can catch this flyer, bloody hell, be lovely. What is that? Wow. 19. Oh shit. .24. Send. So take partial move to break even on this second one will be the entry of the first one at 2014.99. Okay. 2014.98, sorry. TP2 would be 1982. How nice will it be if we can pop down to 1982? Straight back in the zones. Okay, lovely. Lovely jubbly. Okay guys, so that's what we've got going on at the minute. Now stand by though, like we explained, if the hour closes like this and we get a pullback and it creates a top wick for us, we'll get sell stops on as well. Okay. Now let's work out where, because the 30 would have closed out. I just want to make sure these hour ranges, this is an hour range, so you do pull through. Because there is a little area here on the hours. Look at these hour ranges here. Let me have a look at this. So there is an area here. So do we need an hour close below that? Ooh, potentially. Let's do this thing. But we close respected. The new hour pulls back up. So are we going to get this? This is what we're saying. Are we going to get this hour close, and then the new hour close is bullish, and it takes another couple of hours to get up? Is that what we're going to get? And if that's the case, or if you want to drive up, we've got to tap 2006. So even if you did get an entry here for a sell stop, stops would only need to be at 2019 at that point. So what would that be? 100 pips. Might be a bit tricky taking sell stops, guys, until you close below 2009. Because at any point you can just pull back up. You might as well sort of wait. But you know you should come through to 2006 if you want to drive, so technically it would still play out. But it's whether you want to sit through drawdown. But if we get that pullback, if we get that decent pullback, and if we flip, yeah, look again, look at this. Probably need an hour close below that or decent pullback. If we get the decent pullback, then yeah, we can get sell stops underneath. But even when you get sell stops underneath, you don't drive. It takes a couple of hours to get down. So look, 2 hours to get down there. 2 hours to get down there. Now this candle here though actually bombed through on one candle. I don't really like that. Look, 2 hours. 2 candles to do it. 1, 2, 3. I'm a bit cautious with sell stops, guys. I think to get a sell stop on, we need to break the highs. We need to break the highs unless the hour closes below this. If the hour closes below 2009 in 2 minutes, then yeah, and we get a pullback, I look for sell stops. I just want to see if we close respecting, what do we do? So we close respecting, we push up, we tap 2013. We've already tapped 2013. Already tapped 2013. So are we now on the next one? So we tap 2013, and then we pull back. We're gonna close respect, and if we close respecting, then we come back up to 2014. So is that the next step? But look, it took 2 hours to get up. 1, 2, 3 hours to get up. 3 hours to get up. So if the hour closes respecting though, can we not buy up? We couldn't because the 4 is going to flip. We might not get activated fairly quickly. Hour close respecting, and then 2 hours to get back up on this one. But we don't want that because that's the 4 then flipping to the upside and breaking the highs. These one done it nicely. One candle comes up, but the hour close respecting, didn't pull back. I don't know whether I'm going to get that sell stop underneath. If we had a clear breakout, then yeah, we could get it on, but this is an area where price can reject from, 2009. So if we're going to close respecting, it means we've closed respecting. It means the new hours can come up, but we know that if you want to drive past this level, 2019, you have to tap this again. 2006. Okay, we're there. Because if price now pushes down, ooh, look, you're teasing me now. So this is the 4 hour. This is what's difficult now because the hours close respecting and we push down first, no top wick. So if we could just get a buy stop above this hour should flip and come up because you've got no top wick on this. But it's the 4. The 4's now flipped, so this 4 could easily just drive and fill the range. And I don't want to get caught out. But this'll probably, if the 4 was not going to drive and the 4 was going to close like this, 4's probably going to drive because the 4 actually broke out. So that means this hour's probably going to drive. I need to have a look at these 4 hours. 4 hour. We're very close, guys. We're very close. So where did that? I need to see where that 4 broke actually. So the 4 broke below our mana. Four broke, and then you pop down to 2002. We haven't tapped 2002 yet, have we? We have. Okay, so we've tapped 2002. So what does price do after that? Okay, so we tapped 2002. Are we going to tap it again? Are we going to tap it again? So this 4 closed back below, and then the new 4 actually came all the way up. This could drive here, guys, right? But don't get FOMO. You can't get FOMO. It's just not our trade to take if we don't get in. Always another trade. You tend to tap 2002. Now we've already tapped it, but are we going to tap it again? Are we going to tap it again? That is the question. If that's the case, do we just take a 15 to the low? Broke out, came down. Because the 4's flipped now. It's whether this 4 is going to drive. If this if this 4 is going to drive, where's it? How far is it going to drive? It's probably going to give us a wick fill. But are we going to close below on the 4? And if that's the case, when we get a closure below here on the 2005, what does price do? Well, you literally bomb through. Really bomb through. We sort of don't want this 4 to drive. We really need this 4 to close doji, or small bearish would be better. And then the new 4 pulls back first before then driving to the downside. That's what we're after. That's what our best case scenario is. Because look, the hour's got no top wick. So I would think this is, and if you look at the previous hour as well, remember this is similar to yesterday. Remember I said when you've got no bottom wick, it means the next one tends to flip the opposite, close bullish. Now you've got no top wick and we've pushed down first. So is this going to flip bullish? If that's the case, if it does and it closes doji, that means what's the 4 hour going to look like? Well, the 4 hour is going to close bullish, but still you've respected this area, so you can't break past that. So it means then, is the new 4 going to open up, push down first, and then flip to come up to catch these levels? If that's the case, could we take a wing back buy up? Because at that point, the hours close respecting. I want to see what these hours do. You don't get a big hour close, so look. You don't get a big hour close. You get a bullish close. You get a bullish close. And then you just come again. You don't pull back much. But if we get that bullish close, this is quite a significant area. 2006, could we take a wing back buy from here to here? So hopefully if that hour does pop down and flip to come back up, we've caught it on the way back up. 53 minutes left for an hour close, that's the issue. Good morning, Nate. I heard you had a good game last. I didn't watch it. I seen all the messages this morning on my phone. What was the score in the end? So this is what we're getting. We've had an hour close. The hour's pushed down, and then it flips back to the upside. Do you know what? Could we not take that because the 4's not driving? Because if the 4 was going to drive, it was probably going to drive, like it would drive on this hour. So teasing us in, guys. Really teasing us. The 15's close respecting as well. So it means this 15 is likely going to flip back to the upside. Or we're going to have to create a top wick. Are we going to need a top wick before this drives? That's 10. can't take that. But it is a potential. 3-2 after extra time. Class. Class, I bet you're over the moon. Madness. Was it a good game? Winning 2-0. You were winning 2-0. And then what? And then they brought it back?
They were winning 2-0, they brought it back to 2-2, then it went to extra time, and they won 3-2 in extra time.
Did they?
If he's on about Forest.
Yeah, he is. Oh dear.
Liverpool should have won it as well in the last minute, like they went through on goal, and the player went like one-on-one keeper in the last sort of
Really?
minute or so, 9-10.
Bloody hell. Guys, yeah, I missed it, me. Yeah, it was okay with Blackpool in that. Oh, Blackpool in League One. Yeah, it's bad that, mate. Bit bad that, like. And again, we got knocked out by Cambridge once. So, the thing is, though, with football, I do believe any team can beat any team on the day. On the day.
We beat you the last 3 times we played, yeah.
There you go. There you go.
We were in League One, we beat you.
Jack, Jack, why are you so aggressive for this morning? God, God, it's like a knife to me, that was. No, any team would beat any team on the day, I think. Any team. What's this 15 going to do? Is this 15 going to flip? We've closed respecting. So if this 15 closes doji, that would then be the hour confirming that you're going to flip and drive back up. This would be on if it wasn't the last hour of the 4, and I know this last 4 can drive because we've already had a top wick. If it wasn't the last hour of the 4, guys, and this hour would close respecting here, we would just be like this now. We'd have a buy stop on the other side of this. We'd be like that. But I can't do it because it's the last hour of the 4. And if it's going to drive, this is the hour what's going to drive. And because what you're expecting is loads of reasons why this hour should flip, really. 1, because this has not had a bottom wick. And 2, this one's not had a top wick. So you would think you're probably going to have to come back up to tap previous support, even if you want to drive back down. Plus you've done a lovely bottom wick. This has got no top wick. You've done a lovely bottom wick in order for this to flip to the upside. Now it's Forex, anything can happen. That might not play out, but and the reason why it might not come back is because of the 4. The 4 might just be helping it to drive, but if it was going to drive, I think it would be driving. No, oh, there we are driving now. There you go. Yeah, we're probably going to be pushing here. So I want to see. So 48 minutes left. Did you see what I mean with the 30, guys? Look. So look what's happened. So this 30 closed respecting. And people be thinking, oh, we've respected this area again. We're likely going to come up. So they'll be putting buys on here now. And what they'll be doing is putting their stops below this little wick here. Price then comes down, wick fill, grabs all the stops in order to push back up, if it wants to push back up, that is. So that was a little trap what they set. This 15 is going to be interesting. 2 minutes left of it. Yeah. 2 minutes, guys. These curtains open now. Oh. Snow. Oh, look at this 15. Look at this 15. Who's in for sells? Somebody would have been in for sells here. Look at the 15 flipping. Look at the hour. See what I mean, guys? I mean, it might not. It's still 45 minutes left of this hour. You know, it might not close bullish, but it definitely needs a top wick. It's now got a little top wick. So is that just the 15 teasing us, pulling back? Or it pushes back down? We will see. 24 seconds for this 15. If you get a 15 closure below, that's not the 30, is it? See, we haven't had a top wick for me. I need a top wick. Whew. At least we've got some volume today. Yesterday was disgusting. To be honest, it looks like yesterday. Looks similar, doesn't it? Oh, okay. 15-minute close to the low, so therefore we should be coming back down. Now, what does that mean? What does that mean? So the 30, are we going to get a top wick on the 15? It's this hour. This hour's really threw us off because we've closed respecting, and plus no bottom wick means this could flip bullish. But at the minute we're still looking like we're pushing bearish. Morning, Krish. How are you doing, mate? So, if we would, you would have been activated if you took this, but we can't take because the 4. So, if the hour is going to push back up, so if we think about it, if we think ahead, if we look like the hour's going to close bullish because the previous hour's got no bottom wick. So if it's going to close bullish, what's the forward going to look like? Well, the forward's then going to close bullish or doji. And in and around this area, unless the hour pulls back. So if the hour pulls back and closes respecting this area, that means the 4 is closed respecting this area, which is good. These wingbacks are still on. So as long as the 4 stays below 2011, the next 4 should be the one that pops up, activates us, then hopefully flips to the downside. Now what we don't want really, we don't want the 4 to open up and push down first, breaking the lows. So that means it's got quite a lot of fuel to push past. But saying that, all previous data, these play out like nearly every time. Like 100% of the time they play out. So even if the 4 does come down, does that mean this should still play out anywhere? We need to see how this 4 closes, guys, really, which is the hour. Because the hour's flick bullish now. Is people starting to see the patterns? So are you starting to see how the candles move? Because there's only 3 things you need to know with Meraki, really, right? You need to know how to identify zones, right? And unfortunately, that's the hardest thing to teach. But the way you get better at it is experience. That's it, really. Experience. You'll start seeing, okay, yeah, that's a zone, that's a zone, that's a zone. So how to identify zones, how candles move, as in how they open up, what happens when there's no bottom wick, yeah, and when you say bullish, a candle should technically open up the opposite to what it's going to end up. Yeah, so how candles move, and then how candles move from zone to zone. Yeah, and it just bounces in between zone, a bit like a bouncing ball. So price will be, the ball hits the floor, hits the ceiling, hits the floor, hits the ceiling, until there's enough power to break through one of them. And what I mean by power, it means that's when you get that wick out, that pop out, and then a flip. That'll initiate the power to then break through the next zone. And then when you break through, you come straight to the ceiling, back to the floor. You're now in this zone until you get that power, that one wick come out, push back through, and then you're back in this range. That's all it is. Now, and then the way you identify price moving in between zone is just breakouts. That's just breakouts. Yeah, and these are wingbacks. And that's all you do. That is it. 3 simple things. So you get good at learning how to identify zones. You get good at understanding how candles move and open up and pull back first and then flip to the downside, because you need to know that for your entries here. And how candles move before it comes down, it's got to break the highs again. There's your wick. And then how candle moves in between zones, so how you identify breakouts. That's all you need to know, really. And there is obviously, when I say you don't need anything, it is handy. I mean, I've got a strength indicator. The relentless indicators are fantastic. I use this strength one because I'm a bit lazy. Yeah, so that helps me with strength, and also the trending structure. It identifies zones for you, and it puts trend lines on and things like that for you as well. So I use the trending structure, I use the currency one. This blue box is basically Asia, and to be honest, I don't really need it. It's an Asian session, but the reason why I kept it on throughout my training, well, because I like to know where the sort of the day starts, if that makes sense. Each day, when I look back and go, okay, each day I'm looking to the right of Asia, that's where I've traded. Okay, that's what I would be trading. That's what I would. So it's just a habit, but you don't really need that on there. And then the only other indicator I take, and this is the only trades I will take what's not my own, the only trades I would ever take, not my own. Bear in mind, I've paid for signals in the past, I've paid for all sorts in the past, is trades from the Dean indicator, what we have. That's it. It's the only thing I'll ever trust. That, and then myself. What were we talking about when I first started watching? I didn't have a clue what you were talking about when I first started watching, but I follow you much easier now, so I'm getting there. Yeah, that's good. How long have you been following, Abby? Because I do say 2 weeks to a month of watching these streams, and you'll pick it up like that. You'll learn so much. You'll learn so much. It's much better than, yes, a course is good if you're starting out to learn the basics, or the course is mainly to learn the strategy, the basics of the strategy. Yeah, so we have a free basics course now. It's actually free now. It's just become free. So if you want the free basics course, go into the link tree in the descriptions. Sign up for the free basics. Do that if you're just starting out. And then the Meraki course, which is obviously this strategy. Yeah, the advanced section. And that's just the basics of the strategy, and then you go into the practice phase, which is like watching live trading and things like that. But you learn far more from watching live trading than you do any course, really. You need to be watching live trading, because you've got to go through all the emotions. It's hard to multitask. Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine kids flipping tables and things like that. While you're on your laptop. Am I selling today? I'm not. Far on. I hope I am when we get up here, but it's got to hit my levels, my traps. Yeah, I'm looking at a wing back from 2014 or wing back from 2017. So we are selling, but I need to see what I want to see. Look at this hour now, guys, eh? Is this hour going to close bullish? There's 15, a big 15-minute candle. Look at that. So you had a little 15-minute breakout here. New 15. Pooh. Sucking everyone in. So what does that mean on the 4? So the 4, from what I looked though, even if the 4 breaks out of this, you can still take these wing backs, because look, we had a 4 breakout there, and it still played out. Still played out. Be nice if this 4 can make it up there to our first wing back zone. Fantastic. Because, you know, in the last hour of the 4, remember what happens? So when I'm saying on about understanding candles, is the last quarter of the candle, that's the one what tends to pull back. So as you're pushing, the last 15 minutes of the 4, the last hour, that's when you'll start getting their top wick created, so price will start pulling back again. So if this is the last hour, we push up, and then we pull back in the last quarter. And even if we close up here, the new 4, well, it would be out at that point. Would pull back anyway at that point. Now that's exactly what we got here. So the 4 broke, pushed up, pulled back, closed. New 4, pushed up, flipped. So yeah, even if the 4 breaks out there, we should still be good. It would be better if it closes respecting though, and then the new 4 can pop up and then flip, close doji, start coming back down. That'd be fantastic for us. That would be fantastic. So what's this 30 doing? So if this 30 closes out, we ideally want this 30 closing respecting, and then the new 30 pops up, breaks the highs, closes doji. That'd be perfect. That means the hours close respecting. That means the 4 would close respecting. That would be fantastic. So it might be the next 30, guys, so stand by. If you're watching on YouTube, guys, drop us a like, subscribe to the channel. I'll let you know when we're live. We trade most weekdays from 8 AM UK time. Oh, 2 minutes for a close. Yeah, how's this 30 going to close? Is it going to close above? Are we going to close above, guys? Drop it in the chat. Are we going to close above or close respecting? What do you think, Dan? I've got a video for us, Dan. Anyway, I'll drop it in the Discord later on today.
Oh, I think we'll get a respecting.
Dear. I think respecting will be better, but even if you break out, I just want to have a look at these 30s. I don't think it makes much of a difference. I still think you're probably going to have to pull back anyway. So look, we got 30 close out here, straight back in. 30 close out here, and he still came up. Respecting for you, Martin. Do you think on the 30? 1 minute 20. Whoever gets it wrong has to do push-ups. 10 push-ups.
I could do about 2.
Yeah. This is a 30 range here. There's a 30. Yeah. Yeah. 2 push-ups for the next 30 days. Yes, so even if the 30 closes out, it doesn't really make a difference. It should still play out, really. Okay. But I would prefer respecting, because if we close respecting to Sam, we still want to come back down. Yeah. So it's a good chance then. The 30 has got a better chance to pop up and then close doji. That's what it means. So ideally, if this 30 can just close respecting here, that'd be fantastic. We should be... The next 30 we're likely to tap. Likely. I'm not saying we will, but likely. Okay. So stand by. Stand by. You missed the sell yesterday. I didn't actually catch a trade yesterday, Farron. Yesterday wasn't very nice for me. I didn't catch anything yesterday. I was sort of busy on New York session as well, so I wasn't really taking much notice of it. What's that there? Is that a spider there? Is that a spider? Oh, look at this. Okay. No bottom wick. So if we can pop up, no bottom wick, that'd be lovely. 30's close respecting. Oh, I thought we were going to carry on there. Because if the 30 pops up with no bottom wicks, it's a higher chance it's going to have to come back down for a bottom wick. So if we can just get up to our zone. Now it is quite a way away though, but it could still make it 30 pips. It just means how you're going to come and tap this. We're close. We are close. What were the stops? Stops were 100 around there. I bet you hate it when I put my stops on, don't you?
Thousand pips.
Yeah. Thousand pips.
I mean, 1,000 pips will definitely cover you.
Yeah. The thing is though, with this method, I mean, I do get people saying, my God, negative RR, because it is negative RR really. Because I take my money from the take partial move to break even. That's my money maker. Anything extra is a bonus. But the way I look at it, if I wasn't live streaming, I wouldn't have any stops on it. I only put it on because I'm live streaming. And plus you do need a fail safe, but it's rare I let my stops get hit. I always close out because I know if we break above a certain level, we're going to push stops anyway, so I'll just wait for a pullback and then I'll get out. So the stops on there is a fail safe, but I'd never really let them get hit. But yeah, obviously I can see why people said, oh my God, negative RR, but I'll be honest with you. I used to trade. I don't think there's a right way or wrong way to trade as long as you're profitable. Do you know what I mean? If it works for you, it works for you. All the strategies work, you know. It's just whether that person can handle it. So for me, I first got my live account from the OB strategy. Well, I used to trade OB, but what I found with OB is, even if all the boxes were ticked and it was a perfect setup, sometimes it still wouldn't play out, and I couldn't get my head around that. I just had to accept that's just because it was Forex. I couldn't get my head around it. But with this, when I lose a trade, I know why. It's for a reason. It's just I'm just going with the market. It's what the market's doing, changing, because the market can change as much as it wants. It's like a labyrinth, isn't it? But I had a reason to say, okay, that's why I got stopped. I entered too early, or I didn't wait for that pullback, whatever. Okay, we might get a pop out here, guys. Just stand by. So it'll probably be on my call for an entry, because if price does push past this area, hopefully we can get up to 2017. I don't think we will though, but if we can, we'll be looking to get in there. 15, let's have a look at the 15. Can we push past these levels? 11 minutes for a 15. We've still got no bottom wick on the 30, which is fantastic. So if this 15 can close, it's allowed to close out, to be fair, and then the new 15 pops up, pulls back, closes doji, bearish, back in the range, creates a bottom wick for the 30. That means the 30 is closing doji. That means the hours close respecting. That means the 4 hours close respecting. We could get some flyers on it coming back down. We'll see. Now remember though, this could just be a break and retest. This could be a break back in the range, retest to this zone, and then we carry on. We might not, but I do believe because it. Why didn't we carry on driving? Why didn't this carry on driving down? Well, probably this wasn't enough liquidity. So I do believe you're going to have to break this in order to get to break this to come back down. Or we're flipping bullish for the day and the weekly's pulling back. Yeah, and this is just us pushing up. So we've came down, push up, but because we haven't broke any lows, you're going to get this. Because you haven't broke any lows. This didn't break any lows. This didn't break, well, it broke that low but didn't break this low. So are we going to get this, or is price going to come up? If we are flipping bullish, is price going to come up, break the highs in order to push past, break the lows in order to then flip bullish on the higher time frame? Is that what we're going to get? We will see, we will see. What's this 15 doing? 15's flipped to the downside. So if we can get a doji close here, and then the new 15 comes up, breaks all the highs, and then flips, can we get that on the 15? Let's have a look at previous data. $15. Now the 15's allowed to close up there, right? So don't worry, you're allowed to close up there. We're trying to see when we have a closure below here, can the 15 pop up? Doesn't really pop up, does it? It just sort of trickles. Oh, here's one here. So 15 popped up, pulled back. So it did happen here, but we'd already broke the lows. Yeah, you can get closures all over really. It should still play out nicely. This is one of them trades where you could probably just set and forget really. But it's nice that there's no bottom wick on this. That's what is nice. Can we get up there? We're pumping again. We're pumping. What did the 5 do? Can we pop past? And if we're going to pump, are we going to pump to this level? Come on, get up there. Get up there. So make sure you've got enough, you're managing your risk to take another entry. Okay, so depending on what you're risking per trade, whether you're on a live account or a funded account, you've just got to be mindful that you should always have space for another trade. I mean, you shouldn't be, if you're on a funded account, you shouldn't be risking 4% a trade, really. Far too much, because that's all you'd have, really, one trade a day. I actually risk 2% a trade, so that means if I lose 2 trades, that means I lose 4%. So my funded accounts, they won't blow. Yeah, I'll just stop trading and I'll just come back the next day. Okay. Is this 15 going to flip to the downside? We don't want it to flip, really. We want this to have no bottom wick. It's another reason for us to come back down. What did the... 5 minutes for a closure on the 15. We're struggling, aren't we? Oh, nice doji candle on the 5. 1-5 pop up. Don't know whether the 5s can pop that far. This is quite an... Oh no, it wasn't this one, was it? It was actually 2014. Yeah, you can actually get 1-5 candle what comes up. Yeah, you can. Okay, no bottom wick. Can we pop? Can we pop? Just think whether we can get away with stops above 2019. For this one. 50. See, you couldn't. You could potentially get away with stops above here, guys. Above 2023. There is an area over here where here. So you could get away with stops at above 2021 if you wanted to. So you could get away with stops there because you should pull back anyway, back to break even for you to get out at that point. And what would that be? 62. It's better. So what we're getting? We're getting 5, pulling back, 15, So we're getting a bottom wick now on the 30, which is not a big issue really. But we're getting it. But if the 15 closes like this, it means the new 15 might just drive back down. Now hopefully the new 15 could pop up, break the highs, and then flip, and that'll be the driving one back down. We'll see. We'll see. Now here's the thing with the hour. This is, I mean, we couldn't get the sell stop anyway, and we couldn't because we closed respect on the hour. The hour's respected, so we can't actually get any sell stops. We would need an hour close below 2009 to take sort of trades from there. But is this just a pullback to then flip? But then that means the 4 hours closing bullish. So we've got contradictions all over at that point. So this is the only thing what makes sense at the moment. We're going to the last 15 minutes now of the 4 hour. So it's going to be very interesting to see what this last 15 does. You go from a boring day, like let's be honest, yesterday was boring as hell. Nothing was going on. It was hard to get in. Price was respecting certain areas, then driving straight through, and to like constantly close to a trade, close to a trade, close to a trade all through the session.
I think we should stop talking about yesterday.
Yeah, I know, yeah. Well, if you're Nate, then he probably wants to carry on talking about yesterday.
It's about trading. Forget about it. Anything else, talk about yesterday.
Yeah. I do trade New York, Farhan, but it's if I trade it, it'll be on our TNS for members. Or if I'm trading it, then I'll be every trade I take anyway. I pop into our trade IDs, our trade IDs section. So I do trade it, yes. What's TP2? So TP2 for me today is actually down in these levels at 1981. However, 1995 is an area where you can reject from. So anywhere one of these levels, it's up to you. I mark these up because I tend to take more partial at them points, but to be honest, I wouldn't hold that. I struggle holding trades long term. Me, I've got to be in and out, shake it all about. That's why I scalp. Yeah, I'd rather be in and out with a high lot and get my money fast. Like the quickest we've had a trade, we come on at 8 o'clock, and it was just before 8, and we took the hour close, and we were done for 10 past 8. That was the quickest we've sort out a trade. I made some nice money as well. FX Snipe, good morning mate, you alright? Yeah. I do need to sort a playlist out. Yeah, I know what you mean. Guys, any songs, any non-copyright songs, let me know. Because the playlist on Spotify for when you put in non-copyright songs is dreadful. Say again, Martin, you're dead quiet. Did you not get a new headset for your birthday?
I didn't, mate.
Oh God.
Sometimes I prefer you on a kazoo.
On a kazoo?
Ocarina, might get you an ocarina.
Ocarina. I do play the harmonica.
Was she right?
Not very good. Does she mind? Not very good, but yeah.
I can't be as worse than some people, can I, mate?
What do you? Oh, they're awful, aren't they? When I'm on TNS, so when we were just doing TNS for in the morning, the songs I was pumping out, Martin, were like on point. They were on point.
Yeah, you are limited, aren't you?
Yeah. We did get one YouTube stream, basically done because I played the Pogues on Christmas time. I know. No. No, I wouldn't mind. Really? Really? Weird that. Yeah. Do you know how the woman died? Yeah. Do you not hear how she died? Supposedly.
Wasn't it a boating accident?
Yeah, so, I mean, I've just been told, I don't know all the facts, by the way, right? So this is not, you might have to check this, but what I got told was she was on a holiday with her kids, and yeah, she was snorkeling or something, and this billionaire was driving his boat and ran her over, basically, chopped her up in front of her kids, and he basically got away with it. Something to do with like diplomatic immunity or something, which I hate that word. I hate that whole idea of diplomatic immunity. Remember that woman from America who came over here and from the base and killed a young lad? And then she buggered off back to America. And like, diplomatic immunity? Are you winding me up? You're a human being. At the end of the day, nobody should be void of the law. Really angered me that, you know. Yeah. Yeah, I know, but you'd think America and UK, you'd think America would go, well, come on, you've killed a young lad. You're in the wrong. You know, you need to get... You are? I don't know. Probably Trump. What? Mr. Whippy. Mr. Whippy.
No, I wasn't saying anything.
I'd be fuming me, mate. I'd be absolutely do you know what it is? I'd be knocking on a door. I'd fly over to America, I'd be knocking on a door. Yeah. Yeah.
You'd be then on jail, wouldn't you? Because they'd be trying to extradite you.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just disgusting. Knocks me sick. But anyway, we're getting into politics now, aren't we?
What grinds your gears?
I tell you what, I seen something the other day though, what was really interesting, and it was about London not being British.
Yeah.
Have you seen that? Honestly,
Yeah.
it blew my head. Because you think of Britain, you think, okay, London, capital. Yeah? But this video explained how, now, again, I don't know all the details, but it explained, and I don't know how true it is, that actually, by history, London, I think it's French. French. That's why the royals have to ask for permission to come into the city. Because, I can't remember what it was now. I need to send you the video. I'm going to drop the video. No, it was no, it was like on a history channel, like a proper documentary, yeah. And I was like, what? And like, it just blew my mind. Mate. I love history, mate. I love history. You just don't know like what's happened in the past. You are. Love the Romans, man. I'm so fascinated by the Romans. Just they were so advanced for their time. like the first professional army, just the stuff they'd done, the plumbing systems, like the tactics, the equipment, they were just so advanced. But they were brutal, weren't they?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Greeks had paid soldiers, didn't they?
Yeah,
Not yet tanks.
yeah. Yeah. Do you know what one of the battles where what fascinated me about the Romans is Julius Caesar when so there was a village, right? So let's say this is the village here. Yeah, no. He sort of trapped all the enemy in the village. So what he done? He didn't want to go into the village. He built a wall around. Yeah. And all of his men were on the outside looking into the village. He was just going to starve them out. And then word got out that reinforcements were coming for the enemy. So what he done? He built another wall around that. So all of his men are in here. Yeah. So as the enemy come, he'd fight them that way. And then he'd fight these this way. It was just... It's like... Just mental, some of the stuff they'd done. It was just so switched on.
They built a fort every night, though, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Every single night they build, go to a marching.
Yeah.
A temporary fort. Literally.
Yeah. 2 seconds, man. I'll be back in a second. 2 seconds. Yeah. Yeah, I've got bloody kids ill and everything. Kids off school because of snow. Yeah, we had really bad snow last night. Well, I say bad, it was lovely. It was really nice. Well, to be honest, it hasn't laid, but it was so thick last night. It's just like ice now. So we're right next to the sea, so you don't really get it.
-5 there, isn't it?
Yeah.
No rain though.
No rain.
That's 3 days without rain, isn't it?
I know. We had pretty bad rain this year, didn't we?
Miserable, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's when we lost comes from.
You are?
That's when your rust comes from.
Yeah, your rust, yeah. So guys, we've got a 4-hour close in 2 minutes. Okay. Now what we want is just a close like this. Would be fine. Doesn't really make a difference with the 4, because even if the 4 broke out, we could still take these. Looking at previous data. So we're just waiting for this close. Oh, what is this, man? Come on. Is this gonna flip? Look at this hour now. So if the hour closes like this, we're still respecting 2009. So therefore we should be coming back up. But are we going to pop down first and tap 2006? If that's the case, can we not just take a wing back buy back up? You've been skating, Abby? Where's it you live, Abby? You from the northeast? Okay, so we've had a forward close now, right? So we've had a bullish close on the hour. So what does that mean? If the 4, can we not just take a buy back up here? Is the 4 going to come and tap 2006 before flipping to the upside? Because we've technically closed back into the range on the 4. So if we come and break the lows here, we could potentially get a buy stop on the other side. Ooh, okay. Bullish close. I need to see. So we can come down to pop, because we've closed respecting and then we've closed bullish on the hour. Now technically we can look for a wing back buy back up, and it looks like 2006 is a key point where you can reject from. So if we pop down first with no bottom wick, can we not just enter there in order for the 4 to flip? Because I do feel you need to break the highs if you want to drive back down. So it's not going to drive, is it? It's going to but is it going to come that far? Because a lot of them, 2005, for the 4 will flip back up to the upside. Because we're like this now. So it means is the next hour going to close below? We can't drive from there because we haven't broken any of the highs. We're bullish on the 4 as well, so we've closed bullish on the 4. We've closed bullish on the 1. So, but it's whether we get down there. I don't know whether we're going to pop down there, but if we do, is what I'm saying, and we don't have a top wick on that hour. County Durham, right. Because even if the hour closes below, you should still get a pullback anyway. So could we not take this wing back by 2006 back up? I think we could, you know. That makes sense what I'm saying, guys. We're bullish on the 1 hour, no top wick. We're bullish on the 4 hour, no top wick. Right? So if we pop down first with no top wick, the likelihood of this forward driving down. Now, yes, we could come past it, but even if the 4 closes like that, the new 4 is likely going to come back to previous support anyway to drive down. And yes, we've broke the highs technically, so we can come past these levels. But I do believe we need to break these again to get past this. As in close past this. I'm not saying we can't wick down there. So if we do wick down there, can we not just take a buy back up? 15, 14. What would this be? I would prefer a sell back down though, because the daily should flip really. So taking a wing back buy, it means the daily would have to flip down and then come back up, where it could flip and drive. I think if anything, we're probably best off waiting for a closure below. Because remember the daily, technically you could just get a sell stop off the daily. Because the daily's broke out. So you could technically get a sell stop off the daily to come down. But I do think you need a steeper top wick. 4's flipped. I'm sort of glad this is flipped really. Now remember, looking at previous data, it might take a couple of hours to get up to here. Okay, so it might not happen on this one. It is a new forward, so that's when you do sort of tend to get some volume. But if we can show signs of struggling to break below, probably going to get a 5-minute wick fill here. Are we going to pop down? That's the thing. Or are we going to get a wick fill on this? I do feel you're going to have to come up even if you want to go down. And if you're going up, you're going up anyway. Is close respecting. So is this 30 going to flip to the upside? Or are we going to drive? If this 15 can close respecting for us. If we get a big pushing candle on one candle, this might be on. This might be a fastball here, guys. So buy from 2006. Okay, so you're gonna have to stay switched on here with us. Because wingback buys are back on now, really. Because even if price wants to drive down, you're probably gonna tap, break the lows. You're gonna have to probably come back to these levels to then drive, or worst case, you drive, but even then you're probably going to have to come back to these levels to drive, but you'd be entering here, wouldn't you? Well, you would have entered here. So you'd be getting out of safety, risk free. So what would that look like on the 4? The only thing I don't like about it, that would be the daily flipping. That would be the daily coming to doji to flip and potentially drive to create a steeper bottom wick. That's the only thing I'm cautious of. But if the hour does pop down within this 1 hour candle, let's see what this, how many pips is this? It's a bit intense, this music, isn't it? 15 pips. So this is what I'm seeing here, this. So can 1 hour candle pop down and pop back up? Even if we want to drive, down. God, we've got some options today, guys. County Durham, Abby. So how did you hear about Relentless then? So even if we do want to drive down, tap, stops would need to be below here. Look, tap, pull back. I'm thinking the pullback would just have to be, it would just be the 2009 levels. Oh, we have to go below that there, guys. Back off. No, it wouldn't. It would be down, tap, back up. Okay. How many pips is that? And our get out would be the hour breaking the low. Oh no, it wouldn't be. Yeah. Well, I mean, we've flipped now anyway, but we've got a potential wing back buy from 2006, okay? I'm not going to mark it up, but if we do pop down there, just be aware, I might be taking a buy from 2006. But hopefully, we can just pop up anyway and just take these sells. We're not moving, though, are we? We're not moving here, are we?
Stalling.
Stalling. Did we get the 15 back in there? There's a 15 closing bullish here. So if we close bullish on the 15, we got a bottom wick. Ooh, 5's no top wicks. Ah, is that Newton Aycliffe then? Newton Aycliffe's footy team we sponsor, yeah. Do you play footy like? Yeah, do you play Abby? Five's flipped here. Look at that, bullish 5, broke back above. Bottom wick. You're gonna probably have to need a top wick, aren't you? What is this? Can we break the lows one more time with no top wick? Because if that's the case, we're gonna have to fill this range. That's 15 closed. Oh, the 15 broke, didn't it? We get a bullish 15 close and we get a pop down. I don't know whether we're going to get it. We'll see. We're close, guys. We're very close. Leeds and Chelsea. Bloody hell. Why not Newcastle? North East? So we're not doing anything at the minute. We need to pop out, guys. We need to pop out. We need to pop out to the shop. 2, 3, 4. Can the 4 push? Is the 4 going to push and power? We will see. We will see. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. We're messing about, aren't we? It's like it can't get down. It's really so. If this 15 closed like this, it means it's really ran out of liquidity to get past these levels. It means it's going to have to break this and probably break this if it wants to come down. Right? Or if it pops down first, that's what I'm saying. We could have potentially took a wing back by only if we didn't have a top wick. If we popped down first, we could have tapped, and then it would want to come back up. So we're just messing about at the minute. Yeah, I coach a women's team now. I manage TradingView. I'm trying to organise a friendly with Newton Aycliffe every pre-season where we come up to the North East and we play Newton Aycliffe, and then either them or my mate coaches Hartlepool United. So that's another option. No bottom wick. What is this doing? New 15. So the 15's closed bullish. Back above some minor ranges. We haven't broke out of this range yet. So no bottom wick. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how old you are, like, but I was playing. Was it last season or the season? It wasn't last season. It was the season before last. I was still playing. I snapped my fibula. Snapped my fib and like shattered my ankle playing, and that was my football done. Got metal rods in my legs. Yeah, I did as well. It's good with the kids, like, but you've got to have some patience, don't you? Because sometimes you're like, oh, when they're not listening and that. Yeah, I coached my boy Mason. My son's a decent player. Like, I mean, every dad's gonna say that, but to be honest, I'm his biggest critic. Not in a bad way, but he is a decent player. But the thing what he struggles with is playing with new teams. So obviously we moved house, and I tried to get him into a new team, and because he didn't know anyone, he just gets shy and that. But he's a really good player, like. You want Egypt to lose so you can get Mohamed Salah back? Yeah, he's a mint player, him, like. Does me head in how good he is. Does me head in. Yeah, unfortunately, Sharif, I think Liverpool will win the league this year. It's going to be Liverpool, you heard it here. I said this all pre-season. It's going to be either Liverpool or Arsenal is going to win the league. City will finish second regardless, right? So whoever wins the league out of Liverpool or Arsenal, the other one will finish third. And then, after that, I don't know. That's what will happen. But I actually think Liverpool will win the league this year. Liverpool, City, Arsenal. Enzo. Chelsea, Chelsea.
See, Joe Linton's got to have an operation.
Oh mate, I've seen, yeah. Nightmare that. Sharif's just put City are finishing in the conference. They're going to end up in the conference, Martin.
Two things I found out yesterday
Yeah.
was Abu Dhabi are investing 10 billion into the British economy
Are they?
this year. 10 billion. Just
Oh.
put that out there. I'm not saying any strings attached or anything like that.
Yeah.
Obviously not.
So I'm just saying that's in the offing, and the government want to put in their own regulator for football.
Really?
Putting two things out there.
So basically what they're doing is they're trying to bribe the UK. What are you joking? They're trying to soften them up. Yeah. But to be honest though, right, let's be honest, the country at the minute is in a really bad state. It's in a really bad state. Like, I seen a report again, it's on Facebook, so it must be true, but I don't know how true it is. He was giving more money to the Ukraine. When there's people homeless, there's a housing crisis. More and more people are having to go to food banks. AI's taking over jobs. There just isn't the way. It's like, well, where's the priorities at? But so stuff like that, if the country can generate more funds for football, from football, fantastic. Why not? But the issue what we've got in this society now, greed.
Well, that's it.
Pure just greed.
The working man is not going to benefit from any investment from a foreign nation.
Yeah, because it's got to go through them rich people first to get distributed, and greed.
So when you think about the NHS failing, public transport failing,
Yeah.
all of this sort of stuff is through terrible investments and underfunding from who we have had in power for,
Yeah.
you know.
The
however-
The NHS one for me is a tough one. I love the NHS. I think it's the best thing about this country. But I do think you should always prioritise the NHS, right? For funding. However, I do feel that the NHS, I don't think it's fully underfunded me, right? And this people might get pissed off with this. I don't think it's underfunded. I think it's overused. And I think you need to put stuff in place for the front line. So GPs, doctor GPs, not enough of them. Getting an appointment at the doctor's is ridiculous. Yeah, little medical centres, local medical centres, there's not enough of them. They're like the front line before they sort of go to like hospital and A&E and things like that. The stuff what people go to A&E for, mate, is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Where you are? Well, that's it. That's what I'm saying. So the issue is not when they're saying the hospitals are rammed and they're underfunded, they're understaffed. Are they, or are they just getting overused? So do you concentrate the money on sort of stuff like GPs, med centres? I know it's all under the NHS umbrella, but I just think
A lot of it is definitely there is major underfunding.
yeah,
There's mismanagement as well. I know up here people who've worked for the NHS and numerous times have discussed you have multiple people in same positions,
yeah,
and then things that are ordered on fit for purpose and things like that, so you can spend thousands on one particular instance. I know somebody who used to work in IT for them, and they needed new printers to print out like the wristbands
yeah,
and things like that for patients. So they'd ordered, without vetting first, they'd ordered thousands upon thousands in pounds worth of these printers that didn't do the job that they were bought for.
yeah. But why
So
do you
then-
think they use them? Is that because an individual who had control clicked on it. Do you know what I mean? Clicked on it. That's what I'm saying. It's all greed. There's greed along the line. The greed is root to it. Somewhere along that line, there's been a incident of greed which had a negative impact.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's the cops. GMP had about what 10,000 laptops.
Yeah.
I think about £5,000 with it. And the laptops they were touch screen, I have that. But they weren't all singing, all dancing. They
Yeah.
weren't the fastest in the world. And let's face it, our IT was bobbins anyway.
Wasn't it chalk and slate in your day, Martin?
Oh,
I'm only joking, mate. Incident reports on chalk and slate. Yeah, sorry, go on, what were you saying?
you spent £5,000 on laptops, it would have cost £1,000
Yeah,
at best. Probably about £750.
yeah,
But because it's public sector procurement, that's what happens.
Yeah.
I wanted to buy a pen drive. So I went and got a pen drive for £10. And then put in expenses claim. They said, oh, you can't do that. You've got to go through procurement to get them. I said, well, that saves us.
yeah,
So I needed it now, so there we are. Pay that. I mean, they paid it and that sort of thing. But to go through procurement, it would have cost about 30-40 quid.
yeah. Yeah, but did you click on that?
It's on my list. No, I just went out to the local shop and bought it.
Ah, right.
With the receipt and give it out and don't. But that's what, because you've got preferred options of providers. So if you want to buy this, you've got to go there.
Yeah,
If you want to buy this, you've got to go there.
yeah, and someone's clicking on that, aren't they?
All inflated, and then what happens is your deputy constable gets found out that he's a bit of a wrong one.
Yeah,
It's delayed, and then he goes and works for the IT company.
yeah,
Doesn't do its job properly.
Yeah.
Gets paid $1 million a year. That's but there's no corruption there.
yeah. And I think it's and that's what the big stink was with like the government with when the pandemic. You had people clicking on PPE. Like wasn't Rishi Sunak's missus bloody clicking, or it was one of her companies or something. Like, come on, I don't think you should not be if you have any ties to any funds at all. That's you should be done, I think.
The problem is though on that PPE thing is that the world and his wife wanted PPE at that point.
Yeah.
So for 7 billion people wanted PPE, certainly wanted face masks. So who's producing them? Who's getting them? So you have to set up because everyone couldn't go to India or China where they're using them to get them made. You have to go elsewhere because they were already bought.
Yeah.
So
Those companies set up purely for those contracts.
yeah, you've got to set up a factory that does it. I mean, they opened up pill factories, didn't they? Things
Yeah.
like that for stuff. But it's only if you've got. This is where money makes money, doesn't it? Because if you've
Yeah.
got, you can set that up in a warehouse, get the machinery in. Right there we are. We've got a pill factory. We've got a massive making factory. We've got. We don't know what we do. We never made masks. There we are. It can't be that hard, can we? And then they go and do it.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's crap, and sometimes it's good. And that's what everyone wanted. 7 billion people wanted masks every day. 7 billion people wanted PPE. 7 billion people wanted hand sanitizer. That sort of thing. It's just an uplift of one particular type of thing. And that's just creating mismatches, isn't it?
Yeah.
Everyone wants it. And it goes.
Yeah, it's like the argument is, well, I know that everybody's going to want it, so why can't I capitalise on it? I'm a businessman, I'm a businesswoman, why can't I? That's what I do. Do you know what I
We
mean?
live in a society where crisis makes money.
Yeah, it's just...
You know, wars, pandemics, all of these sorts of things. So, you know, it will always...
But why is that though? Is that because of, what's the key word? Somebody... Greed, yeah. It's all greed. And this is what the issue is in the society. It's just greed. And this is why the issue with social media I keep going on about. what it is, you can't believe anything on social media because anybody will post anything in order to get them views, just for the clicks. So fake news, anything they'll post just to get them clicks because it's greed, it's money. People will stamp on people's heads struggling to swim to make 70k. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. But I don't know if you know, I know people who go to food banks and they're on more money than I was on.
Really?
You know what I mean? Because it's cheap.
Yeah.
Like, whatever you do, there's always some clown out there who's going to try and get profit from it.
Yeah.
And that to me is just, do you know what I mean? People haven't got the morals anymore, have they?
Nah,
No.
definitely not.
Just think, yeah, I can take it. Right?
Why is that though? Do you think? I think it's down to because we've lost that local community feeling of looking after each other. Do you know what I mean?
100%.
And why have we lost that?
I think it's
Sense of community's gone.
Yeah.
it's from a higher level. You know, divide has been, you know, a wedge has been driven in. You know, it's now suspect the person next to you
Yeah,
rather
yeah.
than trust the person next to you, or give the benefit of the doubt to the person next to you. Trust us, we're the big man. You
Yeah.
know, we have your best interest at heart.
But everything is there, isn't it? Every group now, so we're getting down to smaller and smaller groups, and then you look at everything's divisive. So that group's now against that group, and that group's
Yeah.
we're trying to
Oh, yeah.
each other. And you know, I mean, whatever group you identify as or fit into or whatever is a smaller and smaller and smaller. But there's people all over the world, but they're not going to help you, are they?
No.
Bob from Australia ain't going to be popping over to the UK and helping Bill in Newcastle, are they?
No.
You can talk to them and empathise with them and all that sort of thing, but there's not that sense of, yeah, let's help you out, let's all pull together. Because it doesn't work, does it?
Not really.
That's cheap, isn't it?
Oh, bloody hell, Chief. Well, like I say, guys, if you're watching on YouTube, we talk football, politics,
Conspiracy theories.
conspiracies. We talk a lot. We talk a lot, and just a smidgen of trading as well. So we've had a 15-minute close, right? We've had a 15-minute close, which is close respecting, which is nice. So if this 15 can pop up with no bottom wick, fantastic. But I think it's unlikely. We're probably going to trickle up here. The 15s can actually close in around here, and then you get a pop up. Okay, so we're close. We're close. I think we've got news at 1:30, but so we sort of need to be getting activated pretty soon, really, because we don't want to be going into. I don't think we're going to go much into drawdown. We'll see. We'll see. But this is going to be a case here, guys, right? Because the 30 now. What does the 30 do? So the 30. It's a tough one, this 30, because you have broke out a tad. So does that mean you've had a breakout on the 30? You've had a cow as well. So this is a cow. 4 candles like this. So what are we going to do now? It means if the 30 has broke out, it means we can really pop on this 30. So it'd be a case of on my call for these wing backs, because we might get a better entry. We might even get an entry in between, because what I want to see is I want to see one candle, big pushing candle, what aggressively starts pushing up like so. Yeah. And then when I think it starts pulling back a tad, then we look to enter. So we might even enter like in between these two areas. We don't know yet. Okay, but ideally if we can get up to there, that'd be fantastic. That's a nice... Because even if you close like that on the 15, you've got to pull back. Price will not just carry on unless it's news. You're going to have to pull back, tap at least previous support before going. Okay, so ideally what we want to see, right, is a 15-minute close bearish, but we don't have to. But a bearish 15-minute close, and then one candle pop up. But I think we're probably going to break these highs now because this. So I think we're going to come up, maybe break the highs, and then come back. And then price will decide here whether it's going to carry on up or carry on down. I think that's probably what's going to happen. If you look at that, if you're into market maker method and things like that, you come up, break the highs, you've got a nice double top, come back down to the other side of Asia. So that would work lovely for us. But can we get up there? That's the question. Can we get up there? We're nearly there. We're nearly there. Guys, I'm just going to go make a cup of tea. I'm just going to check on my daughter as well because she's not very well. I'm going to go make a cup of tea. If we do start pushing up, scream. Right, I'll run back upstairs. I'll be back in a second. we looking? Oh, look at the 15 now. Just messing about here now, aren't we? Do we need to break the highs again? Not going on at the minute, guys. So is this 15 gonna flip? This is the thing. I saw you 30. We've got a bottom wick on the 30 now. Do we need to break the highs again even if we want to drive down? If that's the case, could we not just enter now for the flip of the 15? The 15 didn't break out, did it? If we had a breakout in this 15, we probably could be looking to get in down, really. We're really messing about here, like. Yeah, we do mess about around these levels anyway. There might be a slow one. I don't know what this music is, guys. I don't know if you're into rap and that. Looking at previous data, we don't sort of pop up. We just trickle up and then we trickle down. So it might be a case of just setting this and forgetting it, really. I want to see on the hour though, because if this hour flips, 20 minutes left to the 30. The 30 closed out, so we technically could take wingbacks buys from 2006, but I can't see it's getting down there now. If anything, this is going to flip to the upside. Now, why are we looking at wingbacks? The reason why we still got wingback sells on, guys, right? Even though we're bullish on the 4 and the 1, because the daily, we're expecting the daily to flip, aren't we? And if we're going to flip, but we need the daily to come and create a steeper top wick. So it's opened up now, it's pushed up to there, pulled back. We need to have another push up, and then this will be previous support. So the previous support is here. So it taps previous support, and then that's the initiation for the daily to then flip for the rest of the day to come down. Okay, so that's what we're trying to catch. Even though we're bullish on the 4, but remember the 4 hasn't broke out yet. The 4 is still in this range, respecting this range. We haven't broke out on the 4, so these are still on. In the hour, again, we haven't broke out on the hour, so we're still on these ranges, but yes, we are bullish. So what tea bags do you have? I like a bit of Yorkshire tea. It's got to be Yorkshire, but you don't call it Yorkshire. It's got to be Yorkshire. Jack will know.
Yorkshire tea.
Yorkshire tea. Yorkshire tea. I've got a couple of mates from Sheffield. I think they're from Sheffield. Do you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know a guy called Joe Booth? Joe Booth.
Yeah, Sheffield's a big place.
I know it is. Terry Outram used to be in the army. Good blokes.
I've got a friend with the name Outram, but
Yeah.
might be related.
Might be. Terry Outram, nice lad. Both nice. Well, they're both mental, like. They were mental in the army. Love to drink and that. Love to scrap. But they were, I tell you what, they were bloody good soldiers. One of them's got a business now. I'm going to put a name drop on here. JB Aerials. He does like TV aerials. That's Joe Booth. I don't know what Terry does now, to be honest. Whew. Yorkshire, lads. Yorkshire. Sharif, I used to like Tetley's, mate. I used to like Tetley's. Try Yorkshire. If you haven't had Yorkshire tea bags, try a Yorkshire tea.
I like a nice Earl Grey.
Hell Grey, bloody hell. Who you sat with, the Queen? Sat with the Queen.
Like drinking potpourri, isn't it? Drinking
Bloody hell, I know.
You're not drink potpourri.
I'm not saying no. Not my bag. No, yeah, chip of me.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Proper tea makes a stain on your cup and things like that.
Yeah, that's what you want, isn't it?
Oh yeah,
That's what you want.
keeps you awake.
What you don't want though is a little white fairy coat in there as well. That's not what you want. Little white fairy coat. I've had plenty of them with my flask. Clean the flask out. Back to normal jogging.
You wonder why you're not well.
I know, yeah.
Oh God, look at your stomach. Why?
Boring trading, isn't it? Boring.
The thing is though, if it was exciting and you're getting your emotions up, would you be as good?
Well, this is it. This is it. I mean, I don't know, I like it. I love it when I'm in a trade, but what it is, I've got to be in and out. Unless I've got to get a risk-free straight away. That's why I sort of go risk-free straight away. And I've got to be risk-free, take a part, and then I've got to take something from the trade. And then anything else is a bonus. I don't know why. It's just the way my brain works. I'm not saying I can hold trades as long as I've took my partial and I'm risk-free.
But it works for you.
Well, that's it. This is the thing. Like, it's like I say, I used to trade OB and I passed challenges and I'd live account on OB, but over a longer period of time, I was still profitable with OB strategy. However, I couldn't get my head around. I had to know why a trade had lost. I had to know why, and sometimes I couldn't find a reason why it didn't play out. Do you know what I mean? And then I just said it's just Forex, which it is really, but with Meraki, it's just there's always something I've done wrong. Really, I can always identify what I've done wrong.
Which is where the learning comes, isn't it?
The biggest part of trading, really, right, is experience. Experience. Like, you can do loads of courses, but it's you doing experience. And I always say this on my one-to-ones. I always say it's like you're here. You probably can't see it on Discord, but I've got my left hand up, and then I've got my right hand up. So the left hand is no experience whatsoever, and the right hand is consistently profitable. That's the key word you want to get to, isn't it? Consistently profitable. Not just profitable for a month. Consistently profitable over a longer period of time. But to get there, you've got loads of tick boxes. And them tick boxes are all, well, the majority of it is bad stuff. So doubt creeping in, blowing a live account, blowing challenges, revenge trading, acting on FOMO, struggling to get past your emotions, struggling to push past that break-even stage, which is the biggest stage, by the way, and it's the biggest area where traders give up. It's when you're at that break-even stage for so long. That was the hardest part, really. You were making profits, and then one trade would wipe it out, and you just couldn't seem to push past that break-even stage. It's the longest stage. But in order to get to consistently profitable, you are.
I've watched them pretty well so far.
Are you in that stage now, Steve?
No, I'm saying I've done them all. I've the challenges, the accounts, the lack of discipline, over trading, the revenge trading, like you said.
Yeah.
So I'm ticking quite a lot of boxes.
And
I'm getting there.
And that's it. That's the mindset you've got to have. Is when you make a mistake, you can't think, "Oh, this is not for me. I'm shit at this," or whatever. It's literally there's another box ticked, but you've got to learn from it. That's the thing. You've got to learn from it. Another box ticked, and you just closer and closer and closer. And then what happens, right? This is what happens, and the best phrase for it: you just get sick of your own shit. You get sick of your own shit, revenge trading, over trading, blowing accounts. you just get fucking sick of it. And you're just like, do you know what? I know what I need to do, because you know what it is? Everybody knows what they need to do. But the hardest thing is doing it. So you've got to get that stage where I'm fucking sick of this, man. I'm getting sick of my own shit. I know what I need to do. I'm doing it now because I'm so pissed off with myself. And I think you have to get to that stage where you're so pissed off with yourself. Then you make it. Then you start pushing at the profitability stage.
I think you need to realise not to be too eager, or like it's going to take a while. So I was booking challenges when I wasn't ready. I know you tried to say to me, but I thought, I'm doing well in the demos, but you've got to realise it's going to take a bit of time. You just need to keep chipping away at it.
Yeah, because what happens is, I'm not saying you did this at all, but what happens with people, because I've seen it, they'll have a good month, say. Let's say they're just starting out, and that month they've had a fantastic month, and they're looking at their demo account and think, oh, that could be real money. I'm going to go for a challenge because they've had a good month. But that month, it might have been in a nice, easy, clean traffic range all the way down, and if anyone put sells on, it would have played out. Do you know what I mean? But because they've had them wins, and they think, do you know what, I've done really well, they go for a challenge, and then obviously they blow the challenge, and they're just wasting money. So it does take time. It's just whether you want it enough.
Now,
You are.
I'm on my 4th challenge now
Oh, yeah.
since April.
But to be honest, I had how many did I have before? But I had about 4 or 5 before I passed my first one, really, Steve. Because I was eager as well.
You're getting there.
Yeah, you are getting there. And the only thing is, though, the only way you won't get there is stop. That's it.
Yeah.
So that's all it is, really. If you say to yourself, well, that's why relentless, perfect. Just be relentless. I'm not saying be with relentless. I'm saying be relentless to get where you want to be.
It's always small mistakes. It's always just lack of discipline.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that's tripped me up. So all the stuff that you've been taught is you know what works. It's just failing on the discipline side, the risk management, over trading and stuff. So and it's frustrating because you know that before you're doing the challenge, and then still slip up, and then you're left
Yeah.
pissed off because you've spent more money.
Well, if you look at it like this, right? This sounds very simple, right? If you look at it like this, if you've got 5% on a funded challenge, right, or even a live, you've got 5% to play with a day. Say to yourself, you've only got 4%, you've got 1% to play with. You've got 4% to play with a day, and if you decide to risk place 2 trades a day max, if you lose 2 trades, just stop, right? That means you lost 4%. Come back the next day. Now, if you do that, you can never fail the challenge ever unless you go over the max drawdown, which is 10 or 12%. So that is losing 2 trades or losing 2 trades a day for 3 days. Is that right? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Yeah, 3 days straight or 3 consecutive. Yeah? But if you think about it, if you're going over your max drawdown, then it might not be you, it might be the strategy. That's when you've got to go back and go at the strategy and go, okay, I'm not ready to take the challenge. Because if you're going over your max drawdown, you are not ready to take the challenge. Right? But if you think about it, if you only take 2 trades and then stop trading if you lose a 2, you can never fail a challenge. Do you know what I mean? You can never fail a challenge, really. But
You have to go away for a day and not think about it and come back.
Well,
the next day.
just if you lose 2 trades, just close the computer, come back the next day, and you'll get the point where you'll be able to look back over your logbook and you see, okay, how many losses did I have that month? Okay, I had 4, and I was still profitable. And then you'll know that if you take 1 loss, it doesn't matter because I know I can still be profitable at the end of the month. But your logbook's going to tell you that. So your logbook's a massive key. And do you know what it is? Well, people are lazy. They don't want to do a logbook. They can't be asked. But trust me, having something to go back over, to look back and go, okay, I took 4 trades that month. I was still profitable at the end of the month. Not by much, but I still was. It just gets rid of that. If I do take a loss, it doesn't make a difference because I know I can still be. I'll just come back the next day and carry on exactly the same again. You just forget the trade then. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, I've honestly, I mean, I haven't done it that long, really, right? About 5.5 years. right? But I mean, I'm still learning. I honestly think that even 5 years is nothing. I'm still learning everything. I'm still learning new things all the time. I'm always looking to improve, and I think that's where people get stuck. If they just once they get there, they stop looking to improve. I think you should always be looking to improve and sort of limit your losses, really. And then having that, you're always staying up to date with the market, because remember, the market's changing all the time. Yeah, market's changing all the time. So you've got to adapt to the market, and this is why it comes back to the strategy with OB. It's do this, do this, do this, do this. If they all line up, then take the trade. But with Meraki, you're constantly moving, adapting to the market. And that's what I think you have to be, adaptable to the market. That's just the way I think. But I'm not saying I'm right, but I know it's right for me. And that's the thing. So you'll all get there, man. Just takes time. Remember, you've got to go through them tick boxes. So when you're having a bad day and you think, fucking hell, this is a nightmare, this ad is out, just think, there's another tick in a box. One step closer. So a bit of motivational speaking for you today, this morning, since we're not even doing anything. I mean, look at that. Ooh, do you know what we've got here? You know what we've got here, guys?
200.
You know what we've got here. When you see a tune sheet, you know it's been a crap day. Look at that. That's what we've got. We need a blue star, don't we? Another blue star on. Oh, that's a star, by the way. Oh, it's behind the camera. Oh, it's not going to work anyway. Do you know what? Actually, I went to watch TradingView men's, right, the other day, and they were playing. Who were they playing? Minute something. Right. I rocked up to the pitch, Dan, and I seen the other team had black and white tops on, and it honestly looked the old NUFC badge with the blue star in the middle.
Yeah.
The old shirt. They'd copied that basically, so it wasn't NUFC. It was like M for Mike, UFC. It was like minute something, and it was just the top. They'd literally just copied the Newcastle top back in the day. It was fantastic. I was over the moon. It was great. I don't know whether the coach or the manager or what is it Geordie or what, I don't know. Oh, is this going to flip to the upside? Look at this 30 here. Is this going to flip to the upside? And if it is it going to drive? Why are we not driving? We're not doing anything. We're really messing about here. It's 11 o'clock. I'll probably give it till... I don't know. What have I got on? I don't think I've got much on today. I might be able to push till 12. Should be okay till 12. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It's back on. I need some thumbnails making, guys, for YouTube. So if any of you have got a bit, even if you're watching on YouTube, if you're in our Discord channel, yeah, take some of my pictures, and or even just make some thumbnails, some good thumbnail ideas. Send them to me on Discord. You can either private message me or drop them in the public chat. I'm easy going, and then I'll use one of them for a YouTube thumbnail. I've got some good ones made, like.
Safety, I'm impressed with your technical ability.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oh, training now. What's hailstone? What you on about me creativity?
I am, mate, yeah. It's fantastic, isn't it? It's, as I say, it's several steps above mine.
Yeah.
Could draw your watching photography.
Stick man. Do you know what it is though? You can do. This is what's mad. Like AI is sort of killing people, as in making them lose their jobs. But they're making things so easy and simple to do, so people are gonna do it. I mean, look at me. I could easily pay for a designer to do stuff. But there's AI softwares out there now where you could just type in what you want. It'll just create you some designs. Do you know what I mean? It's just mental what AI can do. It's scary.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
Don't know whether I like it. But you get some wicked thumbnails though. Well, I've had to create them thumbnails on like Canva. It's all done on Canva there.
Have you done that as well? I've done it.
No, I've done it.
It's
Yeah.
messy. So he must be quite young, Pete.
You are?
He must be quite young.
Who?
Us over 50 got no chance of that.
Ah, yeah, that's it, man. But to be honest though, I think I was born in the wrong era. I do. I think I would have. I think the 60s would have been a good time to sort of live through. Do you know what I mean? Because I think it's all downhill, mate, moving forward. I do. I think we're going to get worse as a society.
The thing is, though, it's only from our point of view, isn't it? Looking back. 'Cause
Yeah.
You always think that you had the best time. But kids growing up now, they're thinking, wow, this is the best time.
Yeah, gaming and that.
Yeah. All the games you can play, and you don't have to go out of their own house to talk to people.
It's mad, isn't it?
In fact, you don't have to talk to people, isn't it?
But it's pros and cons though, isn't it? Like, because kids are safe. They're in the house, not going out. They're speaking to all their friends instead of a couple, even if they live far and stuff like that. But they're not getting out in the fresh air. They're not getting dirty. You know, they're not building up that immune system, rolling in mud and
Eating worms.
eating worms. Yeah,
Can't beat eating worms.
you can't. Bit of salt on
No.
there, fantastic.
Yeah. Having you falling over on the tarmac and scraping your knee.
Yeah.
Scraping your knee. But are they safe though online?
Well, this is another thing. Are they safe? Because
Nope, they are not.
I don't think we've even scratched the surface to what the internet can actually do for us yet.
Oh no. But you can put your bottom dollar to the people who are exercising the ability to the wrong ones.
Yeah.
It means more to will invest more in it.
Yeah.
More time, everyone's just like go about life. Their life is being wronged.
Yeah.
It's
Oh.
scary.
Sharif's asked, other than the UK, which country would you live in? Well, I'd struggle now. I've got a disabled daughter who's like in a wheelchair and needs loads of services and that. So it's like, it's hard for me. Like when I was based in Cyprus, I was married unaccompanied. I had to live in the block because I couldn't bring my family over because of Taylor's needs. So I'm sort of stuck really in the UK. But if I could live anywhere, I don't know. It's a tough one that, because even Australia is getting a bit dodgy.
I don't know, I'd go Australia, I'd go Spain, it'd be a nice place though.
Abu Dhabi and Saudi, and that's like meant to be a really good place to live. Everyone's going to Dubai and all that type of stuff, aren't they?
Dubai's like Blackpool, mate.
Have you honestly just said that, mate? It's like Blackpool. Have you been to Blackpool lately?
I've been to Blackpool and I've been to Dubai, mate. My brother lives there. And it's that tacky, do you know what I mean?
Really? I've never been, so like, but what you see on TV and you know, it looks amazing. But I flew over Dubai. Flew over it. I remember looking down, but I didn't see a Eiffel Tower down there.
You saw the Burj Khalifa though.
The big building. Did? Yeah.
Well, the one opposite that burned down a couple of years ago.
Really? Have you seen what they're doing with that bloody line thing with the accommodations in?
Is it
The mirror.
mirror?
Yeah?
Yeah.
What's that about? I don't get it, mate.
It's sort of like a self-sufficient, like it's housing basically.
But
So
why
it's
the
just
line?
Huh?
Why is it a line? Do you know what I mean?
Well, I don't know, efficiency, but it'll have all of your amenities within like a certain distance from your accommodation.
I suppose it does make sense because it'd be one bus, wouldn't it?
Although, like you can't go outside because that'll just reflect the heat and the sun.
Yeah.
Yes, it'll just set fire to everything outside.
Yeah. 2 seconds, guys. Talk amongst yourself. Just gotta get this phone call. 2 seconds. Hello.
Have you been to Dubai for the first time?
No, where did I? Dubai. I had to stop off in the airport for like 12 hours somewhere. I can't remember where I was. I was in, I think it might have been I can't even remember. It was a few years ago now, but nah, no, I haven't been to like Dubai or Abu Dhabi or anything like that.
Abu Dhabi is completely different to Dubai.
Yeah.
But Dubai is just, it's a rich platform. It's
Yeah.
It really is tacky. Everyone, you've got all the money there, big planes and all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
It suits you.
Not my sort of thing anyway. Like if I go away anywhere, it is like Costa Rica, where I can go jungle walks, scuba diving, all of that sort of stuff. But I don't like, these like city breaks and things like that.
Right.
So
I must admit, I'm not a fan of jungle walks and all that sort of thing.
yeah,
Yeah, you never know what sort of things are come up at you, do you?
I think that's the adventure side of it. Growing up watching Indiana Jones and stuff like that, so I'll take my whip everywhere.
Good for you, mate. No, and then I mean, the problem with me is I've dealt with that many sort of negative stuff, thinking to myself, what's going to happen here, and you always think from the downside, so you're thinking, am I going to get kidnapped and that sort of thing. Not because I'm a nice bloke and everyone wants to chat to me, but
Yeah.
money out of me. Because there's not a lot of money over there and things like that.
Well, that's it. Like Costa Rica isn't too bad. Obviously, there's South America and stuff like that. You've got a lot of corruption and things like that. Yeah. So it's like Guatemala and places like that.
Yeah.
But it's. I'll go anywhere. You've just got to check these things out prior to going and things like that. Because there's these sorts of things happen everywhere you go. But you check these things out and you a bit of due diligence and things like that. But where I went in Costa Rica was amazing, absolutely amazing, beautiful. Or I did my open water paddy for scuba diving there.
So I can't hear you, mate. I don't know what's
I think that's you, Duffy. I think it's feedback from yours.
Sorry, guys.
That's all right, man.
Jump in when you have, but whatever you want, mate. We're just talking rubbish here. We're the infill for Pete.
Sorry, I didn't realise my mic was on. Sorry. I'm just getting ready to head into the gym, but I'm still hoping there's 2 kicks in before I get in.
Yeah, so are we.
We're just still in time here. Pete knows what he's doing. We're just chatting crap.
I had a trip booked for Peru.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I've had and it was 2020, so it was to go in May 2020, and the lockdown hit. So I didn't go.
There's a lot of history in Peru, isn't there?
Well, that's it. So I had like, I think so it was a month in Peru, and the first 11 days there was like a coach trip for 11 days where you can stop off. You can either just continuously go for 11 days, you stop off and have like little adventures every day, or you can like stay overnight places and catch the next bus going along. So we'd worked it out to take like 11 days to get from sort of Lima all the way along where we finish on the coach side of things at like Machu Picchu, and then we do the trek up to Machu Picchu for 3 days, and then, you know, just dot around like that. So it was a jam-packed month that was booked and arranged. Everything was paid for and arranged and things like that. So I think it would have been like a trip of a lifetime sort of thing. Like I said, it was just me and my mate. So it was like visiting hot springs and, you know, whitewater rafting places and things like that. So it was going to be amazing, but then obviously COVID hit.
Sounds brilliant.
So I think I'll eventually do it at some point.
I'd be up for that, Dan.
Uh,
Give me a shout.
it was. See, I've still got everything.
Yeah.
Like I bought a map and everything, and we just spent, you know, like probably about 6 months planning everything out where we were going to go.
Yeah, but Dan, a map of the metro centre is not going to help you. You know that, don't you? Do you know Machu Picchu, right? How do you think that was built? I'm changing the subject slightly here. What?
Aliens.
Do you?
No.
Have you ever seen a guy on YouTube called Phantom Universe, right? He in what he does, he goes onto, what's that, it's like a chat roulette thing. Smeagol, is it? Smegel or something? Omegle? Yeah, something like that. What did I say?
Yeah.
Schmeagol.
Smeagol.
Right. So, Omegle, he gets a teenage lad, and he basically tells him what he thinks has happened, as in our history. That there was he explains that there was a advanced civilization. An advanced civilization which built the pyramids and things like that. And then there was the Younger Dryas, what sort of wiped everyone out. And then he sort of explains that he thinks we're the descendants of the survivors.
Yeah.
Yeah, after that.
We've basically lost all knowledge of...
Yeah, and we're starting again, cavemen and things like that. So, but what he says, mate, like, did you know Machu Picchu, all the big wonders like that, so the pyramids, they're all in one line around the world, all in the same line. How mad's that? Like,
I've seen the same video.
have you? So it's like, for them to be in that one line at that time, with what they say the technology would have been like, it's impossible. There must have been some sort of communication.
100%. So this is the thing though, is like you're talking, like we've got pyramids and things like that built all over the world in different places, different countries and things like that, and sometimes it's like thousands of years apart.
Yeah.
So it's, you know, we definitely had a lot more travel than I think we know about between places and peoples, so information being spread and things like that. It's just I think a lot of it comes down to it's a level of understanding that we used to have that we potentially don't have anymore.
Yeah.
And the way things were built and built to last.
The way he explains in that video is amazing. Honestly, when I watched that, I could not stop thinking about it all day. It really makes sense, doesn't it?
Well, I love stuff like that, because I mean, it's the Sumerians. Well, that was the first sort of civilization that recorded their history.
Yeah.
And wrote it down in cuneiform. Was the first sort of written language.
Because he goes on about the city of Atlantis, doesn't he?
Yeah. Now, have you seen it's the Eye of Rashad?
Yeah, in Africa, where they think that's what it could be.
The Sahara, and it's what Plato spoke about and stuff like that.
Yeah. And I've also seen a documentary how it could have been wiped out with the Younger Dryas, because what they found is the land, looking at it from space, is the water did flood through that area because there's a build-up. Oh no, sorry. There's something in the sea where if water rushed in, it sort of create this void type of thing. You've got that void. It's like pouring water into sand. It creates like a void, doesn't it? You've got that at the end, and you can see the flows of the water, what's powered through, and it would have just wiped that out. Now that has to be a man-made structure, but also they've actually found ruins with technology now. They can actually see that there was ruins there, there was buildings there.
LiDAR technology, isn't it? Where they take, like, it's laser from above.
Yeah.
And we can find out there. But I mean, they found, like, there's salt there from, like, seawater. They found sort of crustaceans and things like that. Like, leftover sea life on mountains and things like that. So they know that water's passed through all of this. So they reckon that Atlantis was washed away from where it was positioned in the Sahara, potentially anyway, into the sea.
Mad, isn't it?
And nobody's done any sort of research or diving or anything like that to check it out. So I find all of this stuff fascinating.
I do.
Really fascinating.
My head was, honestly, it was blew off when I watched that video.
Yeah.
When I watched that video, it was crazy.
Just it's the, like I say, the level of, like, building and things like that. So you've got, even in Peru, like you say, Machu Picchu and stuff like that, is how they transported all of the megalithic stones and things like that up that far to build that. But then you look at the pyramids and things like that, and they're built to such a
precision
precise level and scale.
Yeah.
Maths, isn't it? And people, you've got a hierarchy there. You've got slaves. Doesn't matter whether you kill them or not. Your mathematics has been there for years. Persian, that sort of thing. They've been.
Apparently, they didn't use slaves to build the pyramids.
Oh, we did.
He's one of them. So there's rumours that actually people use like energy to build them. But
I love that. So sound.
yeah,
Sound for
sound.
levitation.
That's another one. Yeah.
Yeah. Plug it in first.
Yeah.
Yeah, just twang tuning.
Well, here's a question for you. If somebody said to you, okay, there's a blue pill here, take this blue pill, and you will know everything. Everything. Would you take it?
Yep.
No.
100%.
Would you take it, Martin?
No.
Why?
Because how boring that'd be. And then you know everything and nobody else. Who would you converse with?
Well,
Everybody.
this is what I think. If you take that pill, everything what you deem important to you would now be gone.
Yeah.
I think, because I think you would know. I mean, what if you found out that actually we are just in a VR? In the year 3000 and something, we're just in a VR now. Yeah, so your kids, everything is actually not even real. Do you know what I mean? How we were made, things like that. I think it would. I don't think you could physically live with it.
Oh, I could.
What if we have in a bell jar some aliens
Yeah, we might be.
in a bell jar and they're influencing what we're doing?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what it. For me, no, it wouldn't work for me, and then I'd be bored because I've done first view. And nobody else would, I'd be explaining stuff to people going, nice,
Yeah. It would be a tough one. But I mean, it'd be great to know how the pyramids were built. I'd love that.
big stones cut from mountains and traversed by by slaves on sled.
400,000 slaves
But
dragging.
it still doesn't make sense. They've proved that wouldn't work, really.
Yeah.
They've already proved that wouldn't work.
They put mud slopes around to carry it up. pull them along and that rollers, the wood and that sort of thing going up there.
Wow.
Definitely food.
I don't believe that. Oh wait, there we're pushing here, guys. Okay, we had a 15-minute bearish close. Oh, we're pushing. Okay, come on. Can we pop up? Can we pop up? One nice big pop. This is perfect because you've had a bearish close, so you're still respecting this area here. Right? Still respecting this area. So you get one pop, break the highs, and then close doji, close respecting again. Then that should be the initiate the move down, because we really can't get past this area. So these haven't broken any lows, so we're struggling to get past these areas. We need to break this high in order to get past this area, and I think we need to get past this area if we want to drive up. I think we need to break the lows if we want to drive up. So if this 15 can pop up now, fantastic. But even if we just want a 15 breakout, at least we need to either pop up, close doji, or we close above, because the 15 can close above. But remember what I said this morning on the stream, we can actually trickle up here, so it might take a few hours. Come on, bit of volume here. We've got news at 1:30.
Push up.
Oh, we're there. We've got an annual meeting today. 18th today. Ooh. This might be why it's slow, you know. This might be why price is moving slowly. It would make sense. That would make sense. Okay, I've got to be careful with that though, because it means we can be a bit sporadic. Okay. That explains why we're going a bit slow, I would think. There's a WEF annual meeting on there. But we should still play out really. But if we get close to news, obviously I wouldn't be looking at these. Getting on now, 11:20. Come on. Because the 30 closed back in, created a bottom wick, flipped back up, broke the highs. Is the 30 going to flip back down? 9 minutes left for the 30. Well, the 15 was bearish. So what's this 15 going to do? Anybody caught anything this morning already? No. My bias, Farhan, my bias is bearish. However, I know we can push up because the daily's doing a pullback, and we're expecting the daily to flip back to the downside. That's what we're after. Because even if the daily, let's say, even if this daily closes bullish, it's got to close above 2019 to then come back up, right? But if it closes respecting them, we should still be coming back down, right? And if the daily does close bullish like this now, the new daily will likely come down, create a bottom wick, and then flip to the upsides, come back up anyway. So I do think we're going to be pulling back down. It's just whether we can pop up. We need to 4 to break the highs. 15's closing in. Okay, we've had a 5-minute break. No, we haven't. We had a 5-minute close respecting. Did it come break out? Come on, baby. Can we get up there? Are we going to get a 15-minute close above? Boring trading, innit? Boring.
Like you say, it's just good to have this sort of community just to chew the fat
Yeah,
while you're doing it.
isn't it? Just to chill.
Did you just bark?
Yeah. Did Rosie, man? Honestly, that dog, he's a massive, big fluffy ears. I don't know how she eats things, but her hearing is so on point. Any little thing, she's there on it.
Hello. Let's drive.
Come on, let's drive. We did have I think the 5 close respecting. Can we pop up? We're trickling. Yeah.
Do you do any scuba diving, Pete?
No, do you know what it is? I'm going to be honest with you here, and it's going to make me look a bit daft, but
You wouldn't like it.
I would have. I would have loved it. I struggle now with I think I'd feel too confined. I think if I was going to do scuba diving, I'd need to be like in a pool. I'd need to be at a level where I can just swim straight back up. I couldn't do the deep, when you've got to come up with certain levels. I couldn't do that, mate. No way. I think I'd just have a panic attack. But I think I would do it. But I struggle feeling confined in now. Don't know. It was ever since after Afghan, I come back. I couldn't be in lifts. I couldn't be in tight cars. I don't know why. I just felt closed in. I just started struggling, which is weird. But I mean, I had a good friend in the army. He was an army engineer diver, and he was the craziest person you'll ever meet, mate. He was just very, very switched on, and the depths he's dived at, and he done like the deep sea diving, and the stories he's told me why he's down there, mate, with his mask filling up and everything, like, it's just crazy, absolutely crazy. I could not do it.
And they teach you how to clear your mask and stuff like that when you do a course. I did my first dive when I was in where was I was off Africa, Tanzania, and it was probably one of the best dives I've ever done.
Was it?
Yeah, it's amazing. Sharks, turtles, seahorses, all that sort of stuff. It was
I can imagine it would be amazing. My wife couldn't. My wife does not like deep water. She's petrified of deep water. Now, when you look down, it's dark. She is petrified of that.
Well, I tell you, I went when I was in Tanzania. We went like swimming with whale sharks.
Yeah.
Wasn't a great experience.
Really?
Just the way that the company did it. You know, the whale sharks are supposed to be one of the most docile mammals in the ocean.
Yeah.
Very slow moving and inquisitive and things like that. But they would just fly along in the boats and just be like, jump off.
Really?
And then you land in the water and you see it for a split second because they're so terrified of the noise from the boats. What they really should be doing is they know where they're going to be, drop you off in advance, and then the whale sharks meet you where you are, instead of the way that they did it. Or basically, you would jump off the boat, and then they would go to another spot and drop more people off, and then come back round for you. But I jumped off. I was underwater for probably no more than 30 seconds to see this whale shark passes.
Yeah.
And then I surfaced, and there was no boat.
What?
So I'm just bobbing up, down in the middle of the water. I can't see anything. So all I'm doing is just my mask's on, and I'm just like looking down to make sure nothing's coming from underneath us.
Yeah.
And then looking up to see when the boat's gonna come back and pick us up.
Lord, mate.
While I just tread water. Terrifying.
Awful, that man. There's a movie about that, isn't it, where a man and woman got left?
Yeah.
Have you seen it? You must have seen that if you're into scuba diving. Can't remember what it's called. That's scary, that, mate. Especially in waters like that where you've got like sharks and that what can just love you.
What, does it just come from the depths and just pick you off?
Okay, we've had a 15 close here, guys. A 30 close out as well. So, okay, if this 30 can pop up no bottom wick, that'd be fantastic. Come on, get up there. Here we go. We're getting some volume now. Come on. We don't want a bottom wick yet. But it'll probably make a bottom wick first, to be honest with you. These might be a case of placing them. And hopefully they'll play out pretty quickly, but they don't have to, really. Because even when you get a forward break above 2019, you can still power through. So, yeah. What a 30-15. The hour hasn't closed yet, but flipped to the upside. The hour's still in this lower range, so this is perfect for a wing back here. Perfect. It's just whether we can get to that zone within this hour candle. A long stream, isn't it? We might even get a 15 close up there. Look, this is what I mean by trickling up. Look at these. We might get this. Take ages. Let's see if we can get activated here. Come on. Might be a bit too far this to tap it. Nearly there. Can we pop past this wick? Get up there. What have I got to do today? I feel like I've got something on today, but come on, baby, get up there. That's a 5 done. 5's pushing, nice. Can we just push past this wick here? And no bottom wick on the 5s. There's 5, and no bottom wick on this 15. I would think you're probably going to have to tap this before going. Does that mean we need to break the highs to drive down? We broke the highs now. there's 15 closes. I'll be quarter 12. Getting close here. We don't want to get close to news, that's the thing. We've just got no volume, have we? We're just really messing about. That's the hour. The hour's still in this range. Is this hour going to close doji? Because the hour's closed respecting, technically. And if that's the case, that means the first hour of the 4 is going to close respecting. Very, very slow, guys. And there's 15. So the 15's got a bottom wick now. Is this going to flip? Well, it'll be summer meetup next, guys. Relentless summer meetup. That'll be the next thing.
When's that due to?
At I can't remember when we done it really. Summertime. We normally meet in Manchester area. Manchester or Leeds. Just an all day session. Meet about midday or something. Just a night out.
I'd be up for that.
Count me in as well, mate.
Yep.
I've got a stag do in May to go to.
Oh yeah, where you going?
Well,
Where?
Ibiza.
IB? Oh, do you know what? I've never been.
Oh,
Have you been?
I think once
Oh,
for a lad's holiday.
what was it like?
That's just horrible.
It's not my type. You know what it is? I image IB for it. Not my type of people. Like very materialistic.
Mm.
But I might be wrong. My brother and my sister and that love it.
Oh, just before when you went away, I was talking to Martin about like what I like to do if I choose a holiday. It's what we're talking about, Peru, that sort of holiday. It's Costa Rica and going like jungle treks and nature reserves and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Diving, all of that sort of stuff. Whereas lads' holidays and things like that tend to be Spain and
Loretta Mar.
yeah.
Class Loretta Mar.
Don't forget to take your whistle with your people down for phone party and that.
Oh, definitely, definitely.
Can you
Well,
raise
this is
that?
it was going to be Poland because it was going to be cheap, and then like with me not working and things like that, so I was just saying, well, I'll go if it's cheap, but you're talking like 300 quid now for maybe 3 or 4 nights in Ibiza, and just like I'll go because it's a stag do.
Yeah.
And my mate's getting married, but you know they just went to Vegas in September, and I had to bow out of that because it was costing like $1,500 just for getting to Vegas.
Yeah.
And staying in Vegas for 4 days, and then they were talking about like 500 quid spending money a day, and I'm like, I'm not paying that much money.
Yeah.
Do you
know we?
2.5 grand.
Yeah, we go to every year we have a reunion for the army, and it's in Benidorm, and I only started going 2 years ago, so I've been twice now. However, I went to Benidorm when I was 16, and it was just so it was awful. It was minging.
Yeah.
However, and I was dreading going to Benidorm, but I really wanted to go to the Union, see all the old boys and that. And I went 2 years ago, first time. Do you know what? And it's actually it's massively improved. Do you know what? It was fantastic. It was. The prices were reasonable. The entertainment's fantastic. You've got the weather. You've got something to do. But people think of Benidorm like a bit of a hotter Blackpool type. But it was fantastic. And then last year as well, exactly the same. Fantastic. So I actually really like Benidorm now. It's really good. But I've also been to Lorette de Mar as well. Lorette de Mar was decent. That was on a stag do. That was decent.
Thing is, on the stag do, it doesn't matter where you go.
Does it? It's the people, isn't it?
Well, that's it.
You could be in the back garden camping, couldn't you? But you have a laugh.
Well, that's it. I mean, I prefer to do that.
Yeah. My missus has been to that. Is it Ocean Beach in Ibiza? Club.
Yeah.
She's been to that. She actually enjoyed it in there.
Just my clubbing days are long gone.
Yeah. I do like a bit of clubbing now and again, but you've got to be in the.
You've got to be in your 20s.
Yeah.
You know, especially I think when we plan to go, I think it's like the week before everything is due to kick off and all the youths turn up and things like that. So it might be all right. Because I can't think of anything worse than if I have to go to a club that I'm in amongst teenagers and early 20s.
Magaluf is like that. I've been to Magaluf on another stag do.
I think that's where we went for the lads' holiday last year.
I felt proper old.
Oh.
And it was it. You are?
I was suffering from a broken leg as well, so it was a nightmare.
Not my bag either, mate, to be fair.
It was just... Do you know what it was? We went to watch a show, like a pirate show, and on our table were these young lads and these young lasses. And do you know what? They were just annoying because it was so immature.
Yeah.
And it was just cringy. It was cringy, that was the word. It's just annoying, man. But I felt proper old. Proper old.
The pirate show was on when I went last year as well.
Well, the pirate show?
Yeah.
It's good, isn't it?
We didn't go.
Oh, didn't you? It's good, like
the signs and that for it.
Yeah, it's really good.
You didn't see that last with the ping pong balls then, no?
Oh, Sticky Vicky in Benidorm. I've never seen him, eh?
Didn't have to pay for it.
Yeah.
Classic.
Oh, we're not moving here, guys.
Definitely not my sort of trip that I would plan myself.
Maldives, skiing. That's what I like.
Somewhat relaxing, white sands.
Yeah, and just chilling. It's an island by itself, just chilling. Come on, can we pop up? We actually haven't broke this little wick here. Got no volume here, guys. No volume. 20 to 12. It's means we've got an hour and a half before news. You up?
Dragging like a seal's ass.
Yeah, I mean, look at this we've been stuck in. This is just disgusting. Look at that. That's all we've done. Nothing. I was interested in a 15-minute buy up to the area, but the hours closed respecting. I didn't like it. Oh, we're pushing. We're pushing. Okay, we're breaking the high now. Can we pop up? Okay, we're getting a 15-minute close in 1 minute. How is this 15 going to close? Very interesting. What is this? So this is the last 15 of the hour. So if the next 15 does push up tap, is that then the hour going to pull back? And then is the hour going to break above this? Let's have a look what the hour does if we get a breakout above this. So every time we get an hour close back above here, what does price do? So we can actually get a fake out. Break above, new hour, pushes up, doesn't tap our zone, doesn't come back. So if we don't tap it on that hour, then we need to just delete it. Break above, up, tap, flip. So an hour break above will probably be good for us. It'll be better if it closes respecting and we still come up and tap. That means we'd probably pull back and close doji. Hour close above, new hour up, tap. This will be a case of me placing and then just probably depends what I've got on today. I'll probably just manage it actually. Hour up, back down. Hour close above, back up. Be nice if this hour can be the one that taps it and then pulls back on the last 15 minutes. But it means this 15's got to have a big pump up now, but it's got to pump up with the first 5 minutes of the 15, and then the last 5 has to then pull back. Can we do that? Because if you do get an hour break, this can still play out, but I'm hoping we can actually reach up to the other one, then pull back. I'm just not so sure. Now, what would be really nice if the hour closes? If the hour does close like this, we've had a breakout. But if the hour can pop up with no bottom wick, activate, then come and create as a bottom wick, and then do whatever it wants. So that would be good. Don't know what this music is. Oh, no top wick on this 15. Oh, that means this is probably going to create a top wick. We potentially might close bearish. Come on, can we get up there? It's got to happen in these first 2 5-minute candles. If the first 2 5-minute candles can just pop up, the last 5 closes back below. That would be perfect for us. The shadow of doubt. See, we might just get all this mess about here, guys, where we're just up and down around here before then breaking the lows and then coming up. Could we not take a win back from there? Just want to mark this up, okay? This is not on, but I just want to mark it up to see what this is. We sort of pop back to this before, so we come up, we pop down, and then that's the one that initiates the move up. Are we saying this is it, or do we need to pop back down? Look at this 15 now. Look, no top wick on this 15. Is this 15 going to close bearish? It's a 30 like. Tricky, 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 tricky. 10 minutes left of this hour. Now, if this hour does close, this hour can close anywhere. Ideally, we want this hour closing respecting. Because this is the first hour of the 2 hour, isn't it? Or is this the second? Second hour, sorry. Where's the 4? Sorry, the 4. Yeah, it's the second hour of the 4 hour. So that means we had this candle of the 4 hour. And we've had this candle of 4 hour. This one closed respecting here. If this one can close respecting here or doji, that means the next hour will pop up. And then we'll have 2 hours of bearish momentum. That would be the 4 hour flipping to the downside after creating a top wick and testing the highs. So that would make sense as well, but that's only if them hours close like that. So how is this gonna play out? It might mean that it's the new hour. What is the one what pops up, which I might wait on and see how the hour does. Because if this 15 can close back below 2011, that's the hour closing respecting. Or if the 15 can close back below 2012, that's the hour closing respecting. New 15 minute opens up, pulls back, breaks the highs, and then flips back down. And then we've had a double top. That would be perfect for us. We're close, guys. This is the thing with trading. You can wait hours and hours and hours, and then when you get a trade, it can be massively worth it. It's, you know, with trading, the money what it can bring in for you is like crazy. It can bring someone's monthly wage in. Yes, you've sat here for 4 hours, but imagine making someone's monthly wage in 4 hours of sat and doing nothing, waiting for that entry, and then the entry lasts for 10 minutes.
It happens.
Definitely does. Definitely does. So is this the 4 hour flipping? This is the thing. I do believe in order to drive past this, you have to break this high. I do believe you've got to break this high. So this here, yes, it might close bearish, but I do believe we'll get one candle what pops up, breaks the highs, and then comes back down. Come on! I'll be back in 1 second. Six minutes left for 15. I think it might be the next 15 what does it for us, which is the new hour. Oh, look at the 15. So what does that mean then? Look at the hour now. So if the hour's going to close doji like this, we've broke this high. Is this enough to drive back down? Or do we need to break this? I do feel that we need to break this. So if this next hour, this is perfect, right? Because if this next hour can pop up and then pull back and flip, even if it closes like that, one candle breaks the highs, that would look perfect. Could really get some flies on here. 5 minutes for the close, guys. Oh, it's all on this hour though. Just honestly, it doesn't even make a difference. Because even if the hour closes above it, can still play out these. Hey. Four minutes. What should we do in the meantime?
Shit.
Yeah. Need that dual maintenance on my hair, like. I need to get some dreads done.
I think about it every now and again, mate.
Yeah. What, when you see me?
Yeah. Every
When you see me, like, ooh.
how cool do you look? So, what now? Since I've been watching The Last Kingdom,
Yeah.
I'm thinking that just shave the back and sides and then get a.
Have you finished that now?
In the middle.
Have you finished it now?
No, what's season 4?
Oh yeah.
I'm up to, so.
Have you watched? You haven't watched the movie yet, then, have you?
No, I'm gonna watch. Right. I'm gonna finish the season and then 2 seasons left.
I won't tell you what happens.
Yeah.
Unless you want me to. I'll tell you what I started watching the other day. That Fool Me Once on Netflix.
Yeah.
I honestly, it's a good storyline. I couldn't take to it because they've got military people in there, and the berets, and the way they make her out, it's just too far fetched.
Yeah.
And I got put off massively. She goosenecks some bloke to the ground, and then the guys who were in the military, they're berets, mate, and only military personnel will know this, that their beret, the way their berets were, it was just shocking. You looked at it and you're like, oh my god, it was. But that's what happens. You see different things to what civilians see.
Yeah.
And it just put me off a bit, really.
For like continuity as well, but you would think if you're gonna put military in there, you would.
I want to say who is the military advisor for that movie, because they need to sort their berets out. Little things like that. Like movies with the weapon pouches hanging off, and it just
would never happen.
Yeah. I seen a movie. What was it? I think it was another one. What Michelle Keegan done? It was is it Our Girl or something? Where the sight on the weapon system was on the wrong way around, and every military personnel obviously picked it up and was like, the sight's the wrong way around. Yeah, and it's like the military advisors need sacking for them. But civilians wouldn't realise.
Advisors, or is it just people who have never had any sort of service experience?
I don't know who's
just
doing it.
Like, yeah, this'll fly.
They need sacking though. Oh, look at this. Look at this now. Look at this hour. 50 seconds left. Are we going to get a break on the hour? Look at this, guys. 5 seconds. Because remember, we haven't brought any lows here. But it doesn't mean we can't still drive. We can still drive. But why haven't we been driving? Are we going to push up to this? $14 seconds for a close. Are we going to break out? Are we going to close respecting? Ideally, we want it respecting. Ideally. Fully respecting. We don't want it to drop back. Oh, that's not bad. Not bad. So, this hour, close respecting. This hour, close respecting. If we pop up on this hour with no bottom wick, fantastic. If we can get in, that'll be great. It's just whether we're going to pop past these levels. Come on. We're nearly there. Can this 15 break the highs? Come on. Is this hour going to flip? Oh, come on. Can we not take a sell stop to the down now? This is one of them things where you technically could take a sell stop underneath the hour. Because if this is not the hour what's going to pop up, you're going to have to get a bottom wick to tap at least 2011. I'd really prefer this one to pop up. What is this? It's not enough for me, that. We know this 15 is probably going to have a bottom wick. But just, can we reach our zone? We're close, guys. Come on, stand by. 5's got no bottom wick, nice. It's okay getting a 5 breakout. That's not a problem. Nearly there. See where this 5. It's fine if this 5 breaks above this as well and closes, I mean. That's not a problem. Because the hour's closed respecting. So you can even get a 15 close up there. Because the hour's still closed respecting. 30 is still closed respecting. Everything's closed respecting. It's just whether we can pop to this zone. Just want to have a look to see if there is another zone lower. See, there is a zone here where it's struggling, but you still do eventually get one pop up. Oh, we're gonna get this. If we get this. Come on, get up there. So close. We don't want this 5 flipping, really. This might just be the pop. This might have been the pop. Come on, another break of the highs. Now if this 15 is going to flip, it's going to come down to at least 2012. This is why I can't take the sell stop. It's not enough. There's only 6 pips there. Oh. But it's really nice on the hour, because the hour if this does flip, it should flip. I want this broken before you come down. That's the thing. Because we could even get a fake out here with the next hour. So these are the first 2 hours of the 4 hour bullish. Right? So if this hour, even if the 3rd hour closes like that, and then the next hour we get a fake out on the 4, that's still the 4 closing. Or even if you get it like this, that would be the 4 closing respecting this support. Pulling back, closing respecting. So that's what we could get as well. Oh shit! Okay, wait there. I'm in now, guys. I am in for a sell on this. See that? How fast that was there. Okay, I'm going to be taking partial move to break even at 2013. If we push to the next zone, I'll probably look for another entry. Okay, but we are in for sells on this. God, we didn't have pump there, didn't we?
I was staring off into the distance.
Bloody hell. It just went. I just looked at my MT4, just went. Okay, let's pause this. Now, we could push to the next zone here, right? And this could be a longer time trade because I know the hours can push, but the hours close respecting. Okay. Now, 5 no top wick, 5 no bottom wick. Okay, so we've got 5 no top wick, 5 no bottom wick. Where stops that? So that's good for us. Stops at 20, 25, 20, 25. Okay. Can we come back down? 15. 15's bearish, close back into the range. So if this 15 can flip to the downside for us and close doji, that would be fantastic. We should have some flies on that point. But it's just whether we're going to pop to the next range or not. I don't know. Because look how that 5 closed. No top wick. Did it break out? Okay. If this 5 flips, as soon as it flips, I'll go risk free. What is that? What is that for pips at that point? 11 pips. You can take partial as well if you want. I'll probably take 50% now at that point. Let's see. Oh, are we going to power through this range? Can this 15 flip to the downside? Because what should happen as well, even if the 5 closes like this, we should get a 5 pop down, create a bottom wick anyway for this. Okay. But if we can catch some flyers, that'll be lovely. Because if you think about it logically, the 5's broke out, yes, but actually closed respecting here with no top wick, no bottom wick. The 15 is currently in the lower range and bearish. The 30 closed respecting, got no bottom wick on this 30. The hour, it closed respecting, no bottom wick, but yes, we are bullish, okay, but we still close respecting with no bottom wick. I don't know what the 2 broke out, 3 is still going, 3's bearish, which is nice. The 4 is still down in this range, okay, so the 4 currently still hasn't broken out. This would be the 4 breaking out if it does close up here. But even if the 4 closes like this, you should still get a bottom wick to then drive up. Okay, so we're in a pretty good zone, really. Just whether this 5's going to flip to the downside or the next 5's going to come back down. This would be nice if we can get out before news as well. Now, what I am gonna do is when the 5 comes down to here, I will be breaking even. I need to make one for just break even, don't I? I will be risk free as the 5 comes down to flip, because the 5 shouldn't be coming back up really. If it does, it's probably going to drive further. Okay, you can take some partial there as well if you like. Might be a fast one as well, guys, so get ready, because the 5 might just pop down, create a bottom wick for this, and then flip back to the upside to come and fill the rest of the range. But I mean, you could probably leave this on and just, it should come back down to a 2013 anyway, so you could just sort of leave it and walk away from the chart if you wanted to. No top wick, we sort of want a top wick first if possible. So is this the 15? So we're going into the last 5 of this 15-minute candle. So even if this 15 closes like this, the new 15 should come back to tap previous support anyway. If not, it'll happen on the higher time frame, whether the 30 will do it or the 1 hour will do it. Either way, one candle is going to have to come back down to tap previous support. Can we get down? So we sort of wanted this 5 to do a top wick for us first. Didn't that pop up that, didn't it? We said we wanted a pop. Yeah, because we might get this here. Look at this big 5 candle. Next one, big push. So we could be looking at something like this. 5, close, pull back, and then you come through the next zone. So stand by that you could push up there, or you could even close up here and then come 1 5-minute candle straight back. We've got a top wick on the 5 now. Can we get back down to create a bottom wick for this? I'm going to take 50% out here. I'm hoping we can carry on back down. And this is just the pop out in order to flip to the downside. And if we can avoid the top wick of the next 5, fantastic. Ooh, nice. 1 minute no bottom. 1 minute no bottom. Because this is the 15 now breaking out. The 15 closes out. Bear in mind, everything else is still below in these ranges, but this is the first breakout. But still, the next 15 should, even if it wants to drive up, the next 15 should pull back, tap previous support, and then flip to the upside. 50 seconds for a 15 close. flashing down a minute ago. The sun's out. Nine seconds for the close on a 15. That means the 5's closed bullish. So are we going to carry on driving? Or are we going to pull back now on the 50? Ooh, no bottom wick on this 5. That's opened up. Lovely. It's opened up really nice. It's a bit aggressive that though. So that means, is there momentum to push up? Or does the 15 need to come back? 15 got no bottom wick. Nice that we've got a top wick first on this 15. Now if we can get 15 closing back below, perfect. Perfect. It would make sense as well. You've got a double top there, broke the highs. You've now got the liquidity to now push to break the lows for the daily to flip. But it's just whether that daily is this the area for the daily to flip, or you're going to push further to create a steeper top wick. Because remember, the daily previous zone is here, it's around here, so it means we can push to these levels, okay, on the daily. Emma's birthday next month. Dreading it. Dreading it.
How old's she gonna be?
Oh, I can't say that on here, Dan. Never.
Can you not?
21. Same age as Martin, 21.
Everyone's 21.
21. No, I'm not really good with birthdays, not me. I'm rubbish, to be fair. Birthdays, anniversaries, Valentine's, I'm just rubbish.
You mean remembering them or planning them?
Everything. Everything.
Well,
I'm not really romantic. I'm probably the most unromantic person you can ever meet.
same, mate. Same.
I think it's overrated. I think it's nice to do nice things for people, but I think women have too high of expectation. I think the movies have brought that in. They watch all these movies and think that's how romance should be.
And forget about all the time in between
Yeah.
these anniversaries and birthdays and things like that, of all the good things you do.
Oh. The 4 hour has got 2 hours left. So where can this 4 go? This 4 shouldn't be driving. Or should it? That is the question. Five's got no bottom wick. 15's got no bottom wick. Ooh, we're pushing the next zone here. What are you doing? What are you doing? What? No bottom wick. How is this 5 gonna close? I just want to have a look and make sure. If the 15 closes as it did, and it pushes to the next zone, what does that mean? 15 close, 15 tap, and then flip. Because if we push that next zone, so we close like this. What is this music? So are we going to push that next zone and then come down? Even if you want to drive, I think we've got to pull back, don't we? So we take another entry at 2017 to come down to 2014. If the 5 drives here. Where the 5 break out there. If this 5 pushes up with no bottom wick, we'll be in for this second trade. There's no top wick on the 5, so no top wick on the 5. Pretty interesting. So if we do pop up, guys, I'll be taking another entry here. We have broke out again on the 5, so we broke the highs and we've closed, but you've got no top wick on this 5, so does that mean this is going to close bearish? And if so, are we going to pop up, create a top wick and then close bearish? Can we grab that second zone? Or, because the 15's got no bottom wick, is this just the start of the 15 to flip to the downside? That is the thing. If the 5 comes down, closes back below, or even one 5-minute candle coming back, because we know you can get that. Yeah, so look, the 5 broke above, and then you came up, and then you start coming back down. So are we going to start making our way back down? Like I say, this is probably one of them trades where can take a bit longer to play out. It might not happen in one swift candle, because we can come up and mess about, to be honest, and then come back down. But either way, the 15 should come back down, the 30 should come back down, and the 1 hour should come back down, even if you want to drive up. So either way, one of them candles, it's just whether you wait for a 15. If that doesn't do it, then you've got to wait for the 30, and then if that doesn't do it, then you're going to have to wait for another 30 minutes for the hour. So you could sort of just leave it play out, because we know we can get this next zone. 20 past 12. Got news in an hour. 2 seconds, guys. I've got a minute. Two minutes for a closure on the 5. So if the 5 closes bearish, is the new 5 going to come up, tap, and then flip? We get something like that. So we ideally want this 15 flipping to this. It's done exactly what we wanted, really. This is where you sort of want drawdown, because you want this 15 to push up first. So that means the second half of the candle, it's got now fuel to now flip to push down. So it's sort of what you want, really. What a boring session, eh? It took us all morning to get a trade. Oh, stop loss, mate. Stop loss is up here. 2025. Don't mind me. Lot sizes. I'm on a 200k account, so it's 2% to trade. So at the minute I'm using a 4 lot. It's which is 4 grand basically if I lose.
Ooh.
Which sounds crazy, but it's only 2% of 200k. Are we going to push further? And then is it the 30? Because look at the 30. The 30's got no bottom wick. So is the 30 going to pull back in 5 minutes? Probably not. So that means the 30 is going to close up here. So you would then think even this 30, even if this 30 closes up here, you're probably going to get a pullback, even if you're going to flip and drive. And if you don't, then that means the hour is pushing through this whole range with one candle, because the hour's got no bottom wick either, and the previous hour closed respecting. So what we might get is, if the 30 closes like this, the new 30 might close back in. That would be the hour closing doji, and then that would be the 4 breaking out. 4 would have a pullback and then flip to the upside. So either way, I'm not going to be waiting on though, guys, because what time are we on now? 25 past 12. So I would think the next 30 would be the one what pulls back down. But even if it doesn't, even if the hour closes out here in 35 minutes, the hour should do the same. The next hour should do the same. Next hour should pop back down, tap previous support, even if you want to drive. There's that. How are we going to come through? This one, this hour pops right up and then pulls all the way back. So is that what we're going to get? Five-minute doji close. So look at this hour, you guys. So 1 hour from this level, no bottom wick, comes all the way up and closes 2017. Closes 2017, and then the new hour comes all the way back down. Yeah, and then it just does what it wants to do. Okay, so even the hour can actually close at 2017. Okay. But so this second entry really is, you're sort of on for it. $30 closes in 3 minutes. Now if the 30 closes with no top wick, fantastic. New 30 opens up, no bottom wick, pushes up, enter, and the 32 flip to the downside. That'd be nice also. What's the 5's done now? I think the 5. Okay, so the 5's closed bearish. This 5's done a top wick. Did it break the highs? Yeah, kind of. Is the 5's going to start pulling back because it's the last few minutes of the 30? We sort of want this 30 with no top wick, and then we want to push up first. Two minutes for a 30 close. No bottom wick. Everything's lining up nicely though, guys, if you think about it. Hour's still in the zone. 4 hours still in the zone. 30 is still in the zone. 15 is broke out, but no bottom wick. No bottom wick on this one either. So everything is lining up really nicely. Okay, stand by, guys. I will be getting in again. I really want this 30 to close with no top wick. This 30 can close no top wick. Just want to have a look at the 30s. What do the 30s do? Worried with news. We've got an hour for news, so we've got to tap this soon really. 20 seconds for the close. What's the 30 doing? So we're sort of getting this. Are we going to get a pull back on the 30? Or are we going to power up? We've come from down here with a 1:30 minute candle. We've had such a big 30-minute candle, haven't we? Is that the new 30 now? No top wick on the 30. Oh, come on, push up, push up. Okay, if we push up and we tap, guys, we get another trade in. Because you now got no bottom wick on this 30. Another entry. Come on. Okay, stand by. Another little push. Another little push up. And what I'll probably do, guys, I will get in this second one and I'll probably leave you to it. It'll just be a case if you take past it, go break even at 2014. And if you want to close out the second trade, it's completely up to you. Okay. Another little push up. Oh, is that it? Is that the push we've had? Come on, break the highs one more time. They all do seem to tap that area.
Yeah, that might be it.
I think that's it, isn't it? The 5's flipped. If the 5 breaks the lows, that's probably it. But if it doesn't break the lows, we might get another push to the high. Ah, look at this here, Dan. Look at this. Just stops short. Pulls back. I mean, it only pulls back to 2015, mind, and then comes back up. So it could still be on, I suppose. So we've had a big push up. We've had a big push up. Just short of it, pulled back. So if we pull back to 2015 and then come back up. This is what I'm saying. It might be a bit of a longer because these are 5-minute candles. Look how long it takes. 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. A couple, like an hour or so. A couple of hours maybe. So it might be a case of waiting. And then you could get stuck in all this before we come back down.
This news going to be enough to push it up.
Well, this is the
through
thing.
the stops and then drop.
Yeah. Well, our stop's it in a good place because if price wants to come down, I don't think it'll break that daily previous support. I think it'll just drop down.
Yeah. Even with news.
Yeah, but I think we should be out of this by. I think this 30 will probably pull back. Because the hour, if you look at the push on the hour, you've got no bottom wick on this hour still. So I do believe this hour would probably pull back, but it doesn't have to because previous data shows it doesn't have to. But then the next hour will do it, and hopefully it'll do it in the first 30 minutes. In the first 30 minutes, which can get you out just before news. So we'll see. But I mean, the trade's looking really nice. Just a shame about that second entry. So look at that second entry. It's just missed us. So you'd be risk free on this second entry now. You'd probably be taking. You'd be able to close both full now, and you'd have profit. But unfortunately, guys, it's just missed us by 3 pips, 2.5 pips.
Drive down to daily flip before the news. I'll just stay in it.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean we're saying here now, so the daily now is tapped its previous support. Well, it can actually tap 2018, but all the wicks there isn't there. It's quite a strong zone here on the daily. So it's like, is this the top wick now for the daily to flip to the downside? That's what we're saying. Or are we going to push back up to come and tap 2019 and then come down? We don't know. We don't know. Are we going back into profit now? 1 hour. It's like, it's a lovely trade. It's just a shame we couldn't get that second entry on. What's a 5 like? Oh, it's a lovely 5 clause. 19 seconds for a 5 clause. Okay.
If this one wants to go all the way down to TP2 at 1981,
You won't
I'll be
complain.
happy. But I don't need that second trade.
Yeah. Yeah, but we know this is an area where the 5s can come back, mess about, and then come back up and then go. We know that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they've had a lovely 5 close here now. See if this 5 can pop down. I'm going to be taking 50% here. Yeah, I mean, you should get your 2013 tapped anyway, but I want to see if we can get a flyer on this, because if this 5's not going to pull back, does that mean then we're literally heading back into the range for the hour? Because if you look at what the hour looks like now, look at the hour. Look how nice the hour looks. So if the hour is going to close doji, the next hour then should be bearish. It doesn't need to create a top wick really. It just needs to push down, because this is the liquidity grab in order to drive down. That's what we're saying basically. Five's pushing back. Might not happen on this 15. You still got 8 minutes left of this. Let the 5 create a steeper top wick? No. So the 5's looking to flip to the up. So the 5's flipping back up. Is it going to create a steeper top wick? And then come back down to break the lows again? If it breaks the lows again, it's obviously we'd be risk free at that point. Still 3 minutes left of this candle. 3 minute it broke the low. It's a new 3 minute candle, that's why we're getting the pullback. So is this 3 going to flip to the downside? If so, that'll likely come and push past the lows.
And I do.
Come on, baby!
Trading?
Is the 5 going to close back up? And then now we're going to start coming up to break the highs, to come back down? That is the question. Is this 15 going to close bearish and we get a new 15-minute candle in 6 minutes? What pushes up, breaks the highs again, and then flips back to the downside? That would make sense with the second entry of 2017. The 30 has still got 21 minutes left. But the 30 had broken out, so the 30 is bullish and broke out the range. The hour still hasn't broke out as of yet. So close as well, aren't we? Didn't actually create a bottom wick for that though, did it? No. So is this 5? This 5 looks like it's closing bullish. So the 5's closing back up. It's all on this hour really. We really want this hour to close doji. But even if it doesn't, It's not an issue because the new hour technically should come down, create a bottom wick, test previous support, even if it wants to drive up. That's technically what should happen. But we just want to get out before news, don't we? That's what we want. That means we've got 30 minutes to do the pullback. How did that 5 close? So the 5 closed bullish. So are we going to bottom wick, flip back up, or are we going to drive down? We're going to go back up, break the highs to then come back down. That would have been lovely. That would have been perfect, that, wouldn't it? Literally 2 pips away. 2 pips away. Because now the 15, if you, the 15's now created a bottom wick for the 15, no bottom wick on this one. Yes, we haven't got one on here, but it was better when we didn't have this one covered either. Because it now means that it might just come back for this later, which is the hourly one. So it means, are we going to go more into drawdown before coming back down? It's all on the hour really, guys. See what the hour does. I'm just a bit cautious with this second entry now, because we've done a pullback. It means you can now push past this level. So are you going to push back to 2019? So is the second entry on? There was an area where it does come back up again and tap it. So are we going to get that? Because where did we push? Wasn't this area, was it? Look. So do we take wing back to 2019 instead of 2017? Sometimes it doesn't get up there. This is the thing. So I feel like this is what we're seeing here. So we had a big push up, a big pump, yeah, big pump. We've stopped short just by about 2 pips. We had a bearish candle, then we've had a bullish candle, and hopefully we can get some more bearish candles coming down. But obviously this is on a bigger scale because we're further down here. But then it breaks the highs again before driving down. So this broke this high before driving down. So are we going to get that before the drive down? That's what we're trying to work out. Of the 5s, can the 5s break the lows again? If the 5 breaks the lows again, we should be tapping our little zone, but it is tight. If it wasn't tight for news now, we've got 45 minutes for news, I'd just leave this. I'd leave it to rock. Come on, 5, get down there. Come on, sunshine. Got any plans tonight? Are out, Dan? Just chilling.
Been building a coop over the last few days.
A chicken coop?
Chicken coop, I've got 5 chickens.
Have you? I'd love to have chickens,
Yeah.
mate. I'd love to have chickens.
So, just building a new one, a double one.
Yeah?
And just got a roof to do and then put that on. I've taken a shed down, so I'm just going to use the shed lads. Tongue and groove ones just to fasten on.
Yeah.
And something nice and new for the new year.
That would be nice. That would be nice. Here we are, guys. We're pushing out. Can we push past? If we push past the wick, we should top our risk free. So what's this on the 15? So it means the 15. It means if we do tap within this 40 seconds now, it means we're probably going to get stopped straight away. But if we don't tap, if the new 15 can do something like this, pop up first. I know it's more drawdown, but if we can pop up first and then flip, it'll give us more power to flip back to the downside. So that's sort of what we want, really. So we need if we can get a 5 close below this, and then the new 5, which is the new 15, pop up, break the highs, and then flip and drive. That would give us more chance of not getting stopped at break even. I'm just trying to work out not getting stopped at break even so we can get flyers. Okay, lovely 5 close. Okay, so it's a new 15-minute candle now, right? So we might get a pullback. We sort of want more drawdown, believe it or not. I know you don't like it, but we want more drawdown from this 15. We want this 15 to push up first and then flip. Okay. Unless this 15 is going to just drive, then fair enough, yeah. But there we go.
No bottom wick as well.
Yeah, this is exactly what we want, really. No bottom wick. Do you know what? If we pull back enough, what's the difference here? I'm close. I might even get a bloody sell stop on. Okay, so it's done a nice top wick for us. That's probably all it needs to do. I would like it breaking the highs of the 5. So if it could break the high of the 5 and then flip, that would be better. Give it a bit more fuel to drive down. I'm starving. I don't know what we eat.
My tummy's just started growling, so it's lunchtime straight away after this.
Yeah, it is like. It's been a long one. I don't normally stay on this long, guys, right? So please don't expect it. Moving forward. Please don't expect it. Moving forward. Here we go. Is this the 5 flipping? Is this the 5 starting to flip? I mean, if we can get that hour closed down there in 10 minutes, 12 minutes even, if that hour can close doji, we are laughing. We are laughing. Because you don't need to break the highs anymore then. You should just drive straight down on the hour. What's weather does it? Weather does it, guys. This is the last quarter of the hour, this is. So, if this hour is going to drive, it's going to push in the first 10 minutes and then pull back on the last 5. So it's going to decide round about now whether we're going to carry on up, and then the new hour pull back, that'll be us getting out the trade, or whether this is going to start pulling back on the hours. Probably going to do it literally probably on this 5-minute candle, wherever this 5 lands. We want this to break the highs though again and then flip. That's what we want, but we don't want to close in above. Last minute and a half of this 5. It doesn't look like it's going to break the highs there. Thing is though, if it's going to break the highs now, it's probably going to close up there. Would have been the last minute. That's not what we want. That is not what we want. Carriad. Because you would also think, well, if you want to drive back up now, you're probably going to have to create a bottom wick for this 5 to then even flip back up. So, and then that would be the new hour? We've still got 10 minutes left of the hour, haven't we? So it's whether this so if this 5 closes like this and the new 5 comes back down, hopefully that 5 can then come to, because if the 5 closes like this, it means the 15 still got 2 candles left of this 15. Alright, okay, we still got time to come back really. But this is why I said, can you remember at the start of the stream? Well, I said at the start, early on the stream, this is a trade where you sort of want to watch on a higher time frame, because the higher time frames where it plays out nicely. The lower time frame is going to be messy like this, where you're constantly thinking. I like to look into the detail of it, but I know it's not good for yourselves. As in, well, it is, but I know it's stressful for yourselves. But I like to look at the lower details, lower time frames, because I like watching price on a lower time frame move. So the 5's close respect in there. So if this 5 can pop up with no bottom wick, break the highs, and then flip to the downside, let's see if that can be the one. Can it be the one? Are we gonna break these highs again? Come back down. I'm a bit dubious about taking another trade here. It probably will play out, to be honest, as well. But what? It's because the 30 is so close to it. Remember we're talking about reach? It means the 30. Now, if this does flip, I mean, there's only 10 minutes left of it, but it means the reach can be pretty far up. If the 30 had closed sort of further down here, then the reach up, yeah, I would be taking it, because, well, it would have played out nice here. Do you know what? I can't believe I missed that little zone, really. But whatever. So we've had a 5 top wick. You broke this little minor support here. You didn't break this one, but you broke the previous wick. So is this enough now to pull back? And if this pulls back, so let's say the 5's just closing around like this. What does it mean? It means the new hour is going to close bullish and break out, right? But is the new hour then going to drive up or drive down first? What's going to tell us? The lower time frames are probably going to tell us if we're going to push up first. So if the 5 had broken out up, then we're likely going to drive up first on the hour and then flip back to the downside. But if we close doji now on this candle, we've got one more 5-minute candle left of the hour. Then the next 5-minute closes bearish. We're likely going to come down first, and that'd be the hour giving us a bottom wick to flip to the upside. That's how you sort of can work out if you're going to push up first on the hour or down. Seven minutes left of this 15. Let's see how this 15 closes. I don't think there's a support there on the 15. You haven't came back to tap previous support, really. So if you look at previous support on the 15, there's previous support. We haven't even tapped that. 2013 on the 15. So this 15 technically should flip to the downside. If not, the new one should come down, tap it. What's this here? Oh, look at that 15. Oh, don't like that. Don't like that, mate. Six minutes. Look at the hour pushing. Pushing. So if this is going to happen, is the new 15 going to pop down, break the lows, and then flip back up? Don't know. This is probably showing that we're probably going to push higher up now and break the highs. Do we want to be stuck in the drawdown, or do we just get out of break even with the new 15? We'll have to see what the new hour does. Because the 15 can still close like that. Come up, tap 2019, and then you come back down. Still got no bottom wick, okay. really got to go soon. I'll give it 10 minutes, 10 past 1, something like that. And I'll have to shoot off, guys, and leave you to it. I'm not taking this second entry yet. Potentially, but we're so close to news. I don't sort of want to be stuck in it. I'm even thinking about just if we get a bottom wick, getting out. But it's the hour, because the first 30 minutes of the hour is going to show us if that's going to be the one that pulls back. The trade is lovely, like it will play out, but it's just whether it plays out before news or after news. I don't want to be stuck in for news. It's just not worth it. 4 minutes. 1 hour. We had a 5 bullish close, didn't we? Yeah, so look, the 5 bullish close, got a bottom wick, no top wick. Oh. Is this 15? Where's this 15 gonna land? That's the question. Where's this 15 gonna land? Where's it gonna close at? This 5's likely gonna flip to the upside because there's no top wick. So is the 15 gonna close respecting this? Let me just mark this up, see what this is. Here's a minor support on the 15 here. But you can still pop up, tap, come back down. And 15 above, and then you push past it. So if the 15 can close respecting this, and then we do pop up, then potentially that second entry might be on. 15 close respecting, and then we pop up. 3 minutes for a close, guys. And I ideally want that 15 closing respecting 2015. Yeah, it needs to respect that to take the second entry, otherwise you're going to push past it. You're going to push past it to 2019 and then come back down. Come on, 15. 1 minute. If the 15 close respecting and we push up first, second entry is potentially on, right? Potentially on, but it's whether you want to do that because news is in 30 minutes and it's going to be a high impact news, right? So it's going to make price shift. Okay. 2 minutes left. Now if this 15-minute close is like this, close respecting, that's a good sign for the hour to open up and pull back first. Okay, so that would be really nice for us. If we can just pop back down. Was it this little area? Yeah, so look, close respecting. The new 15 comes back. It even taps 2012 with a new 15. So that would be the hour pullback. And then we'd flip, the hour would flip to the upside. So that would be is a move. Or are we going to get this 15 and then bomb through? Don't know. We'll see. If you don't like the move though, guys, you're at break even, right? You're at break even now. So if you don't like it, by all means, get out now. Okay. 15 close. Yeah, I mean the 15, the next 15 then broke out. But I do believe you're going to need that pullback off the hour. You're going to need a pullback off the hour. Okay, our close in 13 minutes. Lovely 15-minute close. Look at that rejection. Nice, nice. So it's just a case of the new 15 going to come down, break the lows, and this would be the hour. Let's have a look what the hour looks like.
No top wick.
Okay, no top wick.
No top wick on the hour.
Oh, okay.
Falling down. Oh.
2-5. I might take if there's no top wick on the hour. I might mean I'm going to take 75% out of this trade, guys. Okay, can I get down to that zone though? That's the key. 15's at a bottom wick, no top wick. Is this going to flip to the upside? This is the thing. Can we break the lows again? With a nice 5 close, no top wick on the 5s. Come on, baby. Can we push past, break these lows? I would have preferred a little top wick on the hour and then flip to the downside. Because this hour could flip at any point. The 5 can flip at any point. The 15 can flip. Everything can flip. What do we want to see now? I want to see a 5 close, don't we? Okay, come on, baby, can we tap? Can we tap? If we just push past this wick, we should pop down. You've had a big reach there, though, on the 5, so it's whether they can reach any more. The 5's going to pull back. So if you want, I mean, you can take some partial now, really, if you wanted to, and go risk-free. It's up to you. I'm holding out, guys. Holding out. Hold! If it pops past this wick, it should pop down. There we go, guys. I'm taking 75% out because we haven't had any top wicks. That is literally it. I am now risk-free on this trade. Perfect timing because news. Now, I would expect us going to get stopped out. Why? Because we've got no top wicks on these candles. Okay. Now, hopefully, we can start pushing back into the zone, but I am risk-free. I have took 75% out of the trade. I'm going to let the rest. I ideally want some closes back in. Because we've technically had an hour breakout now, right? We've had an hour breakout. And even if the hour closes back into the range like that, you're probably going to get a new hour come up, create a top wick for it, and then go anywhere. So if I can push down to 2012, I'll probably close out full. So we'll see. See how we get on. Okay. Long wait, guys, I know, and I appreciate it. Appreciate the wait, but this is what trading is, isn't it? You just want a 5 close, really. 1 minute for a 5 close. Lovely entry though, guys, if you look at it. How are we looking? So 10 minutes left for a 15. So if we can avoid a top wick on this 5 now, hopefully we can come and tap 2012. Okay, 5 close respecting. Ooh, body top wick. Come on, stay down. Because it's tapped an area now where we can reject from to come back up. And we don't want to be stuck in that. That's why we've got to go risk free, really. That's why I took a bit more. I took a bit more because the no top wicks. Didn't get much from that, really.
Another win.
Stops were pretty good, yeah. Another win, another win. But stops were big, so I didn't get much. But it's a process, isn't it? It's all about the process. What did we get in this? This was a wing back. Wing back. 15 min. 15 min. How much drawdown did we get? That would have been lovely if we caught that up there. Look at that. 2 pips, misters. 23 pip. Down 11. Fives flip nicely, but I mean, imagine if this had just hit 2 pips away. That entry would have been absolutely beautiful. Can we push and break the lows again? Can we push and break? There we go. There we go. Okay, guys. I'm just going to close out full now. I'm happy. I'm done. News is done. It's been a long day. It's 10 past 1. Close full. Close full literally for... What do we get? 17 pips. Not bad.
Yeah, 35 quid. Not bad.
Yeah. Not about the value at the minute though.
Nah, but that's it. It's win-win-win. As long as it's a win.
Yeah. That's it, guys. Right. Took us ages, I know. But that's what trading is. But remember what I was saying? Staying calm, went into drawdown, staying calm. If it wasn't the 15 what pulled back, it was going to be the 30. If it wasn't the 30, it was going to be the hour. And it was the hour what pulled back for us. Now, even if this wants to drive up now, it's done its pullback, it can do. This hour can flip at any point to the upside. This second trade is not on, because we've had one, we've done. So that is it. I will be back on tomorrow. If you like what you see and you've learned something today, which I hope you have, drop us a like, subscribe to the channel. Get into our Discord. The link to get in the Discord's in the descriptions. Once again, can you give us course? Yeah. So if you're looking the free guys, we've now got a free basics course, right? We've always sold it in the past. We're literally giving it free now. So you just go into the Linktree button, hit the Linktree button in the descriptions, and you can get the free basics course from there. Okay, but get into our Discord as well. But other than that, guys, have a fantastic day, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll get a quicker trade tomorrow. Doesn't take 5 hours. Alright, guys. See you later. Take care.
Yes, please. See you later.
Bye.
Have a good day, man.